and they're low trust societies because people allow themselves to give exceptions to things. Like, it's okay to kill people sometimes for this reason. It's okay for me to steal for this reason. It's okay for me to be like wrong in this particular reason. Or not even wrong, like I'm not wrong because here's the exceptional circumstances. I think people don't give enough thought to interdependence, right? Like, it's, I don't know. Like, anyways.
So let me ask you this. If I could show you that it would be a greater good to sterilize a proportion of society, would you be okay with that, even if it was against their will?
It would be a greater good to sterilize.
Yes, it would produce a greater good.
If it would produce a greater good for everyone, like everyone would be happier.
Society in general.
Society in general.
Yeah. I mean, you could pretty easily make that argument, right? Some people are just lousy parents. They shouldn't have children.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I'll have to. I think I'll have to think. I will have to think of it more.
By your lights, it should be really easy because you're looking at the greater good of society, and as long as you're convinced it would be for the greater good of society, you'd be okay with that violation of bodily autonomy.
I think I would agree. I think I would.
All bodily autonomy in very high regard anyway, right? You've shown that. So I don't know.
Oh, no, Frenchie, you're misunderstanding me. I do hold it in very high regard. I just hold it in less high regard than murdering someone.
Oh, okay. Well, what happens if some of these kids are going to grow up to be murderers?
We don't know. That's the thing. It's hard to prove a negative.
We can have a good estimate, couldn't we?
Well, you don't know. I believe in free will. I believe in giving people a chance. I mean, the same reasoning is like being used now for a lot of people that are bombing the fuck out of Gaza because it is absolutely because I was having long conversations about Israel yesterday. That's why it's back my mind. But so it is absolutely true that there's a lot of people in Gaza that are brainwashed to absolutely hate the Jews. Right, and so the same reasoning is used. Like, these people will grow up to become criminals and violent people. Therefore, we shouldn't give them a chance to live. I mean, that's the kind of dark road to walk down.
Like, this is something that is. This is a thing that was happening. So, while I was living out there in San Francisco, there was a movement going along where the government was paying for women to get their tubes tied, and there was some blowback on that. And the rationale was homeless women in particular to get their tubes tied. Where do you feel on that? Do you think that like there was some blowback that people said you shouldn't morally be able to predict that a kid born of those circumstances is going to end up in a bad situation?
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that? Do you think
I agree. I agree with that. I mean, my father's a complete fucking alcoholic and drug addict. I turned out okay.
Then you just denied it would be a greater good. I asked you what you thought it was.
So the statistics.
You said it might. I don't know. It's hard to prove it's hard to prove a negative.
And you're convinced it would be for the greater good.
Right, but again,
sterilization.
Perfumer, if you're arguing the greater good, it's hard to. I'm not doing policy, so this is not what I'm saying. But it's hard,
no, I hear you.
It's hard to make the argument that it's not for the greater good that women getting their tubes tied, homeless women getting their tubes tied on the rank streets of San Francisco is not for the greater good. It's hard to argue against that just based on the fact.
I can argue against that.
Again, I would agree with you because I don't think the government should be making there should not be the moral arbiters of the greater good. So this is why in all of these discussions, I always bring this up and people go, well, that's not what we're arguing about. I'm always like, hey, let's be very clear here. What is morally good and what is legally good are two different things. I always make that stipulation because there's lots of things that are morally reprehensible that the government not only does or encourages. Like, there's lots of policies and laws and stuff that are I consider highly reprehensible. The government.
Yeah.
So just to be clear here, I just like on a moral level, I was just curious to know your thoughts on that particular policy.
Yeah, when I was talking about the greater good, I mean, it was pretty obvious to me, like in the case specifically about having like 3 enslavers and then like 50 people that are enslaved, right? Who did it at no fault of their own. It's not like they were prisoners or anything like that. For me, that was a pretty easy choice, right? Because in that particular situation, the greater good was, yes, killing those 3 enslavers. Now you have, 50 people that are free. They could, live out their lives.
Right, so the utilitarian
right.
calculation, right?
Within that particular,
But you're using utilitarian reasoning to figure out what the right thing to do is.
in that particular circumstance, yes.
Is it generally, do you just switch around between different meta-ethics? Sometimes you
Well, I'm trying.
Sometimes
I think because I think sometimes, I think it's important to listen to the details of each circumstance and give some serious thought to it if it's a serious question.
No one's saying you shouldn't do that, but if you're approaching every moral question, it should be from either utilitarian, what's the greater good, how many people are hurt, in net, or the deontologist, which would say you can't kill people regardless. And you've just argued both. So I think you need to pick a lane.
Well, so I have a question for you, Frenchie, in regards to the captor scenario.
Sure.
So now you're understandable in your position of saying that if you're held captive, enslaved by a captor, that you're justified in killing them.
If that's the only way to escape.
Sure, but what if you knew that there was an end date? So what if you knew that after a year, let's just say for the sake of argument, you knew that you're captive, like you knew for certain.
Yeah, it's still justified. Yeah, of course.
You'd still be justified in murdering the person, even if it was just like, hey, your life is gonna end for a year.
Yes.
It's not murder, it's justified.
We justify killing, and whether it's a year,
The justified taking of the life, I think, is.
The point here is that I think to ensure, and really body autonomy is just.
What if it was for a day? Does it not matter? The length of time doesn't matter.
I think you could. Honestly, I think you could. I think if somebody is holding you against your will and they're not caught and like that, you could be like, get off me, or I'll kill you.
So if you have 2 people in an interpersonal relationship, a guy and a girl, the guy slams the door, locks the girl in a room. She's looking around the room for a way to get out, but she's on the 3rd floor of the building, but she's like, I can't jump out of the window. So she finds a gun. She knows the guy's on the other side of the door because he's holding the door shut. She blows his head off. That's justified. And I feel like the cops would show up and be like, hey, I understand you're trapped in a room, but again, I'm not arguing on either side of this. I'm just trying to.
I think that would be justified.
Fair enough.
You don't have the right to lock people in rooms.
Sure, but again, it's I think if somebody, I don't know, comes by my house and steals my cat, I'm not justified in blowing their head off. I have to.
I agree. That's not
That's a bad example. But
I don't think property theft is just when there was a case where somebody was breaking into someone's car on the street and they shot them. I don't think that would be justified, right? I'm literally talking about your right to freedom, which I think does justify you in and I think we have that intuition because I'm going to use examples of slave revolts, kidnapping, revolutions, all these things, we often intuit as justified. I mean, does anyone think the American Revolution wasn't justified? That involved a lot of killing. People wanted their freedom.
But again, if you're
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. The American Revolution was not about freedom. It was about not wanting to pay fucking taxes.
Ultimately, it was about
not wanting to pay fucking taxes.
Yeah, because they weren't being represented in Parliament.
Yeah.
So, Sully, can you demonstrate how my question makes racist? Sully, solo IQ, bro.
Okay, but before we move on, Perfume, I enjoyed talking to you, and I think
Sorry.
you're consistent.
This guy Sully is so fucking retarded, bro. I'm gonna block.
But Frenchie, I think we do have to look at these things at a
You might want to
case by case.
I already blocked this guy. Never mind.
A lot of the time, because it really is hard to I agree with you, Frenchie. It's very difficult to remain completely consistent all the time. There's always exceptional circumstances. I'll give you the example. What's that fucking crazy guy, serial killer, right? Serial killer Ted Bundy. right? Extremely good-looking guy, intelligent. He was like a chameleon. He would kill woman after woman after woman, torture them, just a horrific human being. He escaped from jail twice, right? So he's proven, like, very clearly that he can't, and he said it himself, he cannot stop killing women. This is a horrific human being. The jails had a very hard time, like, keeping him in. If there was a justification for killing anyone, then probably he might be the case. You know, I mean, if he had ever escaped again, he would kill more people. He'd already killed like 30 people, right? So in extreme circumstances like that, then it might be okay. I'm not saying I'm completely consistent all the time, but I just try to be as consistent as I can. You know, and I do it for myself because I already know I do it for myself, right? And that's why I'll go in American rooms. People will say I'm anti-American. I'll go in Canadian rooms, and people will say, "Oh, you're a leftist." Or I go in another room, people will say I'm on the right. People like, no, I'm just trying to be consistent. You know, so fuck. Anyways, yeah, it was nice talking with you as well.
Okay.
Also, it is lawful to shoot somebody if they're stealing your vehicle in Texas.
I just
Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think
Again, lawful versus moral.
In Texas, you may use deadly force to protect property, including your car, but only under certain strict limited circumstances. Generally, this is justified if it is nighttime and you reasonably believe that it is necessary to prevent the theft or prevent the theft from fleeing with the property.
Yeah. For me, that's not moral.
And notice how nobody wants to argue against my analogy.
I just argued against your analogy.
About the baby in the living room?
What? I think you and I are both on the same side of that argument.
Oh, no. Argue against.
The greatest thing that we
pro-choice people are like, yeah, we can't use that one.
I'm against that analogy. It's not complete because you have an easy way to keep the baby alive and get
wait 26
somebody else's responsibility. And then notice in your analogy, it's not like taking nutrients from you and like doing to you or something. You're actually like maybe going out and buying food for it. It's not the violinist one is closer. This one is attached to you. It's taking nutrients from you. Who is doing that?
The living room represents the womb. The person breaking in the house and placing the baby there is rape. And then murdering the baby or throwing it out of the house. Murdering the baby would be analogous to abortion. And calling the police and allowing for child services to show up and remove the baby would be the equivalent to waiting 26 weeks and then allowing them to surgically remove the baby.
I don't know if it's a good analogy, G.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, there's a problem. Look, there's always a problem when we try to draw analogies between anything.
Well,
a lot is left behind.
Cameron, why don't you play the devil's advocate and show me how it's flawed?
You're comparing two disanalogous things: social dependency and biological dependency. We have different intuitions.
So you're using two consenting adults, and then you switch it up when you're losing, and say, well, one's in a comatose state.
No, I didn't say anything like that. I just said
no, when you guys use your gay little fucking violinist argument.
Look, I'm just saying why, like, your example.
Because it defeats your fucking argument?
No, because
you can't walk in and stomp the fucking baby.
Because it's a bad analogy. It's a bad analogy, bro.
Stop being
when I place the baby in your living room, that's the equivalent to rape. You can't walk in and fucking kill the baby.
It's a bad analogy. Yeah.
It's a bad analogy.
Okay. I'm glad they clipped your account. Shut the fuck up.
That was good.
It's not really.
Yeah,
it was nice talking to Perfumer. It's not very nice talking to you.
Did you
I
have
said,
to
Frenchie, I'm Canadian. Just to the Canadian.
That explains it.
Let's argue against not to
You're conflating two different things.
So then
Social dependency and biological dependency are two different things, and we have two different intuitions around them, right? Because you could say, like, if you don't make your child a sandwich, right, it's dependent on you to make that sandwich. And if you don't make it, that sandwich, it'll die. Well, obviously that's not true, right? Because anyone else could make that baby a sandwich. Social dependency.
That wasn't my point. My simple point was, are you justified then coming into the house? Because somebody used the analogy earlier about somebody breaking into your apartment.
I understand your point.
Are you justified in
right.
killing that person? But that person is that person is a sentient being
I could say
who's conscious
you'll understand
is making the decision to enter your house. So if you want to make that analogous to the rape, that's fine. But if that person breaks into your house and leaves a fucking baby, then you're impregnated. Does that justify you to come into the fucking womb and kill a baby?
Holy hell, we got
because I don't think social dependency isn't a biological dependency. I can say, no, you're not justified in killing the baby in your house. Yes, you are justified in getting an abortion, because I don't acknowledge those
Both kill a baby.
Terrible. Yes, but one is a social dependency, which somebody else could take care of that baby. You don't need to kill it in order to get it out of your house. You could just
Okay, so location, development, and time and dependency is all your criteria for getting an abortion.
You cannot hand off.
You said the abortion, not the justification is not killing a baby. No. But you said the abortion itself, the justification is not killing the baby. It's not being dependent on the fetus, which a fetus is a small baby mammal, human. But the point is, like, you're saying no, it's not. You just want to be free from not being dependent on this fucking child that's inside your womb. But when you do that, you fucking kill a living human being.
So
how the fuck is it any different if a baby's laying in your living room or baby's in your womb?
Because
it's just time, place, and fucking.
You've got the same goal, right? The goal is
to kill the baby. Get rid of the baby. Kill the baby.
That's not the goal. That's why you're confused.
Yes, it is. You don't want to be dependent on the baby. Why can't you
just? Not the goal.
Why can you not? Okay. Why can you not legally pick up the baby out of your living room, walk over to the doorstep, and just place the baby there?
In this analogy, because you would still be pregnant.
Jesus Christ! No. I'm talking about removing the baby. That's what an abortion is.
That's the abortion, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why would you not be morally justified in picking the baby up out of your living room, walking out to the street corner, and leaving the baby in the fucking street corner? Would you be morally? Would that be moral to do that? Oh my God! If you're gonna leave the fucking baby on the fucking middle of the street, it's going to die.
Okay.
What's the
my
difference?
goal in this analogy, my goal is there is a baby in my house.
You could starve your baby.
I do not want this baby in my house.
Yeah,
How can I achieve that? How can I achieve that goal with the minimum amount of force?
Yeah, call the police, child services come up and get the baby.
Right.
It's going to take time, right?
Right. So I can do all sorts of things.
It's going to take time for child services to arrive, right?
Why are you
You're dependent on the baby for that time. If you're dependent on the baby for that.
Okay.
It doesn't stop. He asked the question.
Yeah, stop bringing this fucker back up.
Then he starts talking again.
He's coming in inside the house after he's already been knocked out.
I don't take instructions from flaming homosexual Africans.
Okay. Well, what am I arguing with the trial is the really important question, isn't it? Okay. But does everyone else in the room understand what I'm saying? If you can achieve your goal without killing, obviously that's a better thing to do. If you could take the embryo out and put it in an artificial womb, that's what you ought to do, because killing in itself is not good, right? But as there is no other way to end pregnancy prior to viability than killing, then that is just an unfortunate byproduct.
No, that's horrific to say.
You still have the right.
Unfortunate byproduct. Come on.
Under my view, you still have the right to end the pregnancy at any time.
No.
That does not necessarily.
You should ask yourself why you think that.
I think you're just being emotional.
No, Frenchie, you're being too sensible here. You're saying it's okay to kill someone. Come on.
Oh my God! If you grant that you have the right, to end your pregnancy, and the only way to do that is to kill the fetus, then you have that right. If you don't think you have the right to end the pregnancy, that's another conversation, right? But it's my view that you do have the right to end pregnancy, and I can point to body autonomy, and above that, I can point to the right to liberty, and that's my argument.
No.
So you say, poor baby, I don't care.
You don't care. Okay, so then you're clear. You're like, I thinking killing babies is okay. I mean,
Sometimes it is. If your goal is to end the pregnancy, that's unfortunate. Now I will say,
just to be clear, guys.
Well,
Sorry. Just Bill Anakis person who just came in that's definitely rich on like an 8 soccer account. So you're gonna have
oh my god, that's so annoying. If artificial wombs were a thing, then I would say you don't have the right to kill the embryo. You have the right to get it out of your body.
Okay, that's why you're right, but it's a slightly.
But again, like, I don't think that.
What if artificial wombs were a thing, but it would take an hour of your time? I think you would agree that you should sacrifice an hour of your time without any help.
Abortion would also take an hour of your time.
I get it.
The same
I get it.
process.
I get
It
it.
doesn't matter. It's a wash then. It's not.
Let's say it took an
No,
hour.
one of them dies.
Okay, let's say it took an hour.
Yes, and that's why you should
performer.
move it to the artificial womb. Exactly.
Wait, performer
You-
stop.
If it's coming out of your body either way, right? Once it's out of your body, it's no longer your concern whether it lives or dies.
Get
Right?
it,
You can say,
let's say the
Okay.
procedure for the artificial womb took an hour longer. I'm assuming you would agree that it's worth sacrificing an hour of your life to save the fetus. Would you agree?
if it was just time, maybe.
Okay.
Right.
That's why Richard's
if you want to say
analogy.
9,
No, that's
You
why
wanna say
Richard's
9?
analogy fails, because he's
Okay.
doing a very small sacrifice and then trying to extrapolate to a very large sacrifice.
right?
So
I think we
you could
agree there.
still, okay. I know, as I said, you're correct. I just think it's slightly incomplete because it's not just a social. He's doing an idea of saying, why don't you murder a baby because you're too lazy to wait, as
Yeah.
opposed to, because that's the.
I understand.
Yeah, there's the emotional aspects, there's the health aspects, psychological.
For sure.
Do any of you guys, have any of you guys lived for any length of time in a very high trust society? Frenchie, you're in Scotland, right?
Yes, I live in
I'm in
a
America,
trust
so
society.
I don't. Can you just elaborate what you? I'm not sure I know what a high trust society is.
No, the reason I'm getting at it, and the reason I think there's such a high prize to, like, trying to... I mean, look, everybody in this room, I really assume that everybody here is good people. Coming into, like...
No, I totally disagree. But
Well, okay, compared to our fucking politicians, compared to, you know, how divisive
these
our
people
media
are
is.
Hi guys, how are you?
So,
I still want to know what a high trust society is, though, because you have to explain
Frenchie,
that.
how much
Everybody else in this-
society is when citizens trust each other. So, like, you would take a hitch from someone,
Like Japan.
you would
Okay.
leave your possession with a high trust society.
Thank you.
like Norway, or Scandinavian countries where they literally leave
Examples
their
are not
babies outside.
dude.
I see. No,
Outside for
I get that.
hours. So, the reason that I'm on Clubhouse is I don't know how much impact any of us would ever have on society. There's like so many hundreds of millions of people in the United States and Europe. But I think the goal of all these conversations and debates is to try to have in mind the end goal should be a high trust society, because it's such a massive prize. It's such a beautiful place to live, where if we can hold ourselves up to higher moral standards and hold our politicians and our education systems, all these things, if we can somehow elevate ourselves, the prize is just so massive. Like, Frenchie, you don't know me as well as the other guys here in this room do, but everybody knows that I lived in Japan for a decade, right? And it's definitely not a perfect society. But if we could emulate something like that here, it would be just absolutely fantastic, you know? And I think, I don't know, that's why I'm engaging in this debate.
Yeah, I happen to think that forcing women to continue praise against their will is immoral, though. But that's not.
Oh, no, I'm not talking, okay, I was just taking a completely different turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're just saying it would be better if we had. Yeah, okay. I mean, that seems uncontroversial. It probably would be better if we all could leave our doors unlocked and such. Yeah, sure. That's not controversial.
I mean, what is the difference between that and just saying like low crime rate or something like that? I wish there was less.
Oh,
like,
okay, that's a fantastic,
I'm not asking you to wash my balls, okay?
mean, I don't know. He's American, so no, that is a fantastic thing.
You know that Haiti is also American.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I'm American too. I don't know what that has to do with it.
Are you Canadian?
Yeah,
Have you got a chip on your shoulder about Americans?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, fair enough.
I'm in the room with Americans.
Yeah.
We like.
I think these are at least the more intelligent.
So his question was really fantastic. What is the difference between a high trust society and a low crime society? Huge difference, right? So I think that a low crime trust society is a result of a high trust society. First, you have to be high trust, and then the low crime ensues.
I mean, it seems like completely the other way around. Is that like you're going to be willing to read your doors unlocked if the risk of being robbed or something is low?
Well, so imagine on all the news channels, just as an example, instead of showing negative things, showed only positivity, right? What a lot of people will say, and I think
people just don't talk to each other or something. Like if it was
No.
high crime and people were getting robbed all the time.
Right.
The news talks about it. People are doing a lot
I mean,
of
this
shit.
is probably where my opinion's like kind of controversial, because I believe that if positive messagery is sent out through the information sphere, people start acting more positive and more trusting of one another. People start seeing themselves, their self-image, and they start seeing other people. They start seeing the humanity in one another, and that starts the ball rolling. So eventually, you can have all the doors unlocked.
Wow.
Sure.
It'd be great if they could be like a happy-go-lucky, everybody's nice to each other kind of thing.
Well, so there was
I'm saying it's perfectly possible.
Yeah, you could have made a much better argument that the news takes exceptions and turns them into fair rule. And if you look, like, kidnappings are so rare and people are so scared of it.
Yeah.
Because, okay, but that's not sending out.
No. You're making a better point. Go on with yours. I agree with you.
Well, I made my point. We should teach statistics in high school.
And it's not just that, though. It's not just dry statistics. It's community. It's like, I gave the example of, like, in Japan, they don't have people that, like, do make lunches or clean the washrooms. The kids do that together.
Because we hear of one case of child molestation, and then you assume that it's a child molester.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there is an argument to be made here that the news is an unhealthy sensation that makes
Extremely unhealthy.
But that's not the argument you made, and that has nothing to do with abortion. Like, we can legalize
No,
abortion.
I was just taking it. I look like I was just taking. I'll shut up now if you guys want to keep talking about abortion. That's fine. But what I was saying, my time.
let me ask you, a perfumer. Let me ask you something. Is it possible to have a multicultural high trust society?
100%. I think it's more difficult because I think that human beings naturally we assume that I assume this guy's Jewish. I assume these, my archaic brain, or this guy's Muslim. Oh, I assume he's different from me. My archaic tribal brain. Maybe by default might even make that assumption. But if we live next to each other, if we communicate with each other, we will see very soon how similar we are to one another. Absolutely. I honestly believe that. And I think what it is that multicultural societies and cultures like living right up next against one another, we only have like maybe 1,000 or 2,000 years practice of this, and our governments haven't perfected the art of harmonious living. So I do think it takes a lot of effort, and it takes government effort to get people to get along. Price is amazing, absolutely amazing.
The government is not. See, I think if the government has any part of this, there's abject failure.
No, I disagree. Because what the government can do is they can have like shows like, let's say you have new groups of immigrants to your city, whatever. Let's say like a lot of Muslims come in. Say you live in Kansas and, there haven't been many Muslims, and the people that, live there, they heard all sorts of bad things. But let's say the news channel for the next like couple weeks, they follow a Muslim guy around and they invite people into their mosque, and they show people their opinions, and they show them that they're good people, and they invite people to their houses, and they get everybody to get along. It's really, really amazing what can be done. And so what happens, you have to get over the initial fear, the initial misunderstandings, the initial problems. But if the city council, really wants everybody to get along, and you can do that, I think the prize is just amazing.
So what if do you think using the Muslims, because I live in Maine, this happened in several locations throughout Maine, at Lewis and Auburn area, as well as here in Portland.
Yeah.
They dumped huge amounts of Somali Muslims, the Africans, but particularly Somali Muslims. There's no cultural assimilation whatsoever, or a negligible amount. And it's
and I think I think the reason
this is my point, is like there has to be cultural assimilation. There has to be cultural education, and that doesn't mean stamping out anything that made them uniquely them. That's not what I'm saying. Not stamping out cultural heritage or any of that stuff.
That's not how assimilation works.
That's not
how it works. How long ago were these people dropped there?
A couple of years ago.
Okay. If you expect them to be completely different a couple of years of being here, that's not how assimilation works. It's not how it works.
No,
and however, if assimilation is kind of like let's say like a gradient from black to white, and with lots of gray in the middle of the areas, like the society, that city itself will have to decide where it wants to be. If it wants to be unbendingly Anglo-Saxon, and the Somalis realize, like, hey, like when I go to Japan, I got to do everything that very specific way. Like, they will not bend worth shit, right? Not at all. But what they will do is, like, they'll give you free Japanese lessons. They'll introduce you.
Okay, you don't need to list anything. You don't just please be concise. Holy fuck.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm ADHD.
When you're about to start a list of things,
Okay. So there's a bunch of things that Japan does, and because they're just starting to bring people in, right? Because they need people. They really try to assimilate people as best that they can. There's all these programs to do that, right? You could stay at Japanese people's houses, etc., etc. The list that Sully doesn't like, right? But I think in the end, you'll have a group of new people that understand the local culture perfectly well, ideally speak the language perfectly well, and very little misunderstanding between different groups of people. And when you have that, it's amazing, right? Because everybody's in the same, everybody has the same shared reality. There's no misunderstanding. And I think that's the highest thing we can achieve.
Again, going to the Somalis in Portland, Maine, as an example. Like, I think if you put giant huge in a pond and get ripples, and then are shocked when you get ripples. Like, this is my issue. Is like there has to be assimilation, and again, that doesn't mean robbing people of their culture, their heritage. It means saying here's a set of rules that we all have to play by.
Dude, what are you doing wrong?
I don't think in the United States.
What ripples are causing the problem for you? What are ripples?
Like high crime rates, etc.
Yeah,
they're not assimilating well at all.
Is that like actually like a stab or something?
Yeah. I mean, I can pull up the stats if you want.
But so
again,
I do.
There's something like
that you're wrong.
How I would fix that?
But again, so Sully, let me ask you then. Do you think there should be, if you're bringing over any population from any country, do you think that there should be assimilation?
Yeah, but we don't mean the same thing by that.
Okay, so what do you mean by that then?
It means that there's not like two tiers of society, so like they're as much a part of the society as everybody else. They contribute to nature. I was actually just in the middle of a sentence that was an answer to that question. So I don't know if you heard that sentence. That was in the middle of go for it. It's when there's not two tiers in the society, right, where everybody is equally a part of the same, melting pot culture, right? And they're going to influence that culture too. And that's part of what it means to assimilate. So,
it's a blend. That doesn't answer my question.
And also,
Actually, that's what assimilation is. Right? Here's the opposite of assimilation is where they're cloistered off and they're not interacting, they're not contributing to the culture. The culture is already there, it's not rubbing off on them in any way.
Correct. And I think that the way that it was done was wrong because it hasn't worked. There hasn't been assimilation.
yeah, I agree with
But you can hold on just a second, Perfuma. You can use the word over and over and over again, but I respectfully, I want to have I genuinely want to hear your answer to this because I value your opinion on this, like genuinely. I'm not trolling you. I want to know your answer to this. Is what do you mean by assimilation? You said yes, you agree with me that there should be assimilation, but like what specific measures do you think a society should take, or a government should take, or whoever should take in order to
being inclusive, right? It's being inclusive rather than being exclusive, to like bring people in, not to like shun them out of your culture.
Make a list.
Assimilation is something that happens naturally as long as people don't do exclusionary practice.
Okay, but again, so including them in culture, like again, you said.
Dude, are you like able to produce English? Maybe you need to fucking assimilate.
I speak perfect English.
So Ben, Sully's not giving you the list of like actionable things to do. I can do that. I hear you, Sully. Like I hear what both of you guys are saying. Yes. Does assimilation actually happen naturally? No, it doesn't. That's where I might disagree with you, Sully. I mean, it will eventually over generations, but I believe that
it happens naturally as long as there aren't like exclusionary practices on either.
Right. And so that's where I would say that human nature has to be part of the conversation, because as wrong as it is, or as like whatever, as detrimental as it might be, people do tend to sort of, birds of a feather flock together. Which, it's not inherently wrong, but it can make...
No, but as long as they're not being exclusionary. Like, look, the whole point is that, like, if the group that comes in has exclusionary practices and keeps to themselves, that can be a problem. If the group that, they're coming into doesn't have exclusionary practices, that can be a problem. If neither of them have those exclusionary practices, then yeah, assimilation is natural.
Okay, so the vast majority of Mainers, and it's like something like, I would say 98% speak English as a dominant language. So do you think then that Somalians should be required to learn English?
Yeah.
What do you mean required? Like, or what?
Dude, they should be required because they
required on what?
They won't have good jobs. It's bad for them.
Or like,
when you say, look, I'm asking this guy, he's saying it should be a requirement. I'm asking what?
Be given English classes.
Sure.
And then, like, forced to take English classes. Like, if you want...
As a condition of what? The whole point is when you say forced, right, what is going to happen if they don't go?
Then, return to their home country.
Yeah, like, I think that's a little bit extreme. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think there's any requirement that you have to speak English. It is obviously useful, and I think it should be offered to, like, hey, come take some English classes if you don't speak English very well.
But that's like that. So, that's what I'm talking about with assimilation. Is like, okay, here's an example of you come here, we're offering you English classes. The expectation is that you take these English classes. So if you want to say, okay, well, let's throwing them out is a little extreme. Okay, fair enough. I'll cede you. You're right. That's a little extreme. I'll back down off of that one. Let's just say for the sake of
argument. But a lot of countries are doing this, like, you can get your citizenry as a process sort of thing then. Because there's so many countries now in the world where they have, like, so many old people, very few young people.
If you want to make it part of it,
Spain, Portugal, yeah.
If you want to make it part of it, where you say citizenship, that you take these classes and that makes it a little faster, that you become a citizen, yeah, it's fine.
That's a really important thing to do. And it's not just that. It's like, I think, Ben, what you're highlighting here is that people do tend to sort of stick to their own. And when people stick to their own, that space, that gap between communities is where a whole lot of fucking evil can breed, right? Rumors, misunderstandings, assumptions about each other.
Let me just highlight exactly what my point is, so that you don't have to guess at it. If you walk down the street in New York City, in Queens, as an example, like Queens is one of the most multicultural areas in the entire country.
and again, New York has had its problems, so let's be clear here. New York is not without its faults. New York has had its problems. It hasn't been a clean process whatsoever. But again, using New York City as an example, you can walk down the street in New York City and have all of these different businesses. They're all owned by all of these different cultures and all of these different people from all of these different backgrounds. I think that's an incredibly lovely, easy,
it's a great place to hang out. Yeah, I love it too. Yeah.
I love New York. Yeah, I really do. I would never want to live there because I don't like cities that are that big personally. But that's just a personal thing. I get too.
It's called it's population density, right?
Right, it's population density. But I think a lot of that has to do with, I think population density does factor into that.
100%.
If you live in a major city, you are forced to assimilate with others because you're forced to live in very, very tight quarters.
Toronto's like that as well. Yeah.
Sure. And I think that if you drop a bunch of people, and again, like a state like Maine, I think you brought up Kansas. Like, again, if you drop a bunch of huge populations of immigrants
problematic
areas, and you force them to live in enclaves, as Sully pointed out, which is not a good thing.
Yeah.
And I think that we shouldn't all be shocked when there's issues that arise, higher crime rates, and like, again, I'm not justifying any of this stuff. I'm not saying any of this stuff is a bad thing. I'm sure it should. Please do not be giving your own
correlate of higher crime rate is like poverty, though. Right? Like, so I mean, like Boston kind of or whatever, just kind of closer, but like as far as I know, it doesn't have some like absurd crime rate or anything, right? So it's like crime rate increases because of things like poverty and desperation.
Sure. But I also think that, like, again, this comes down to, I think that if you're again dumping populations into areas like you did with like what you're seeing across
the design of our north cities alone is cause for a lot of division. Honestly, if our cities are so, like, Calgary's terrible.
But
it's very wide. It's not
the biggest problems facing the United States right now is the housing crisis, right? Like, by every available metric, and there's plenty of different solutions on both sides of the aisle or across the spectrum of how to solve that issue. But again, I am not anti-immigrant by any stretch of the imagination. But if you dump a bunch of immigrants into that, whether they be from Africa, Europe, Australia, freaking Mexico, it doesn't matter. Like, if you want to dump a bunch of immigrants into these areas and then, the housing crisis got worse. Well, yeah, of course it did. You dumped in a bunch of people from another area. And again, I want to make it very, very clear. I do not blame those people. Like, if you bring in 5,000 Mexican people into a small city in America, I won't use Portland because, again, this is my home city. Like Hartford, Connecticut, I don't know, like some random city in America. Go, oh my gosh, you just dumped in several thousand immigrants into the city, and then you're wondering why things like the housing crisis got worse. Yeah. No, again, I do not blame those immigrants. Like, they're here trying to find a better life.
No. So you need the prep work. You do need the list.
If you dump 5, as you're gonna say something. If you dump just 5,000 extra people, they don't have to be immigrants. That would make the housing crisis worse.
Oh, sure, right.
Because people move or whatever. The housing crisis, like, is not going to be resolved by, like, putting a stop on it.
I wouldn't do anything. That's not my suggestion that it would be. I'm saying that it will obviously get worse.
But Frenchie, the thing with bringing in immigrants is there's other challenges too, right? Not just housing, but a bunch of other things. So there are challenges. There's challenges, right? Like, and they have to be addressed. I know this, Frenchie, because I lived in Japan as a white dude, for a decade. My wife's Japanese.
Yeah.
Man, that language, holy fuck, dude. That is like
a challenge for you.
It's a challenge for a lot of people. It's a very difficult language.
It's a challenge for the Japanese, because we're saying it would be a challenge for the people who already live there, not people.
It's a challenge for the Japanese, for sure.
They were challenged by you being there? Yes,
of course,
because... What was the challenge that you presented them?
All right, the challenge that I presented them was, first of all, they're just not used, like, it's a okay, look, it's just a human nature sort of tribal thing that we have that's, like, underdeveloped. It's not the most sophisticated part of our brain. I think there's a part in every human being. It's the amygdala. It's this tribal thinking, sort of arcade, they look different from me, or they're different religion, therefore they must somehow be, like, different from me or less human, right? So when I walk in a room... Yeah. And I'm not saying that it's right. This is something that we all have to get past. So, when I was teaching English when I first got there, the Japanese would bring in the foreign teacher like me, and then the little kids would get used to, just seeing a different face, right? Because Japan is literally 98.99% pure-blooded Japanese people, and that's a good first step. Just to, you have to admit it that there's differences, that the human mind is not perfect, and because we lived for 100,000 years in these tiny little tribes, we've always been suspicious of outsiders. So that has to be addressed, right? And what I'm saying, in order to incorporate people, the local city council. So when I was done teaching English at the school, I could go to the local culture center and get free Japanese lessons, and they would teach me like I now, Frenchie, you don't know this about me, but I'm so well incorporated in the Japanese culture that I work directly with a geisha house, which is like super.
No, we don't
Yeah.
No.
It's like super cultural thing, right?
Yeah. Okay. Great.
So
First of all, your example of Japan, I'm not sure is even relevant because it's, as far as I know, it's highly homogenous, which is not true of the United States, right? We're already
That was
the descendants of.
that's why my example's even better, because it really expresses and shows like human nature, right? Like, how do you get a group of people that aren't used to anybody that looks different from them?
Okay,
Right? If they're taking steps, right? If they're taking steps.
I don't think you know this, but like perfumers, like Tom Cruise's role in The Last Samurai was actually based on perfumers.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if you, let's say there's people in
That's
an
true.
American small town and a Japanese small town, same population, and you drop 5,000 Mexicans in both towns, yes, I think the Japanese town will be a lot more,
Well, they'll be shocked.
differentiated and like,
Yeah, they'll
I
kick them
think
the fuck
the
out.
American
Yeah.
town would be like, oh, I know about Mexicans, no big deal. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a fair comparison because Japan isn't a nation of immigrants, right? Japan is racially homogenous. America is a nation of immigrants. Mexico is on our border. We already have massive cross-cultural, exchange. So dumping 5,000 Mexicans, I don't think would raise much of an eyebrow. Honestly, they'd be like, oh, Mexicans. Oh, okay. Maybe there's going to be a few more like taco trucks. Maybe I'm going to get like some construction workers to help me my project. This like shock and horror is only going to come from people who, quite frankly, I don't really care about. Like they're just going to be like, oh, they're like brown people. I don't care about them. Why should I?
No. I think where we divide.
If you were to like for example, take like 5,000 Haitians and dump them in China, right? Now, obviously, they're going to start eating the dogs. They're going to eat the cats, right? But the Chinese are kind of going to be like, that's kind of cool.
The further away, it is fair to say that the further away the culture is from the host town, yes, it might be more of a shock, right? But Mexicans are not very far culturally from Americans. They're really not. So it's kind of silly to be like, the whole town would be like up in arms.
I guess what I'm saying, Frenchie, is I believe in the goodness of all people. I believe that we can overcome anything, but I also believe that there's a little bit of inherent racism in everybody. And
why should we coddle that, though?
I'm not saying to coddle it. What I'm saying is admit it's there in the human psyche and then put in programs to try to get the people to get along.
Okay, if you're saying let's make racist people less racist, I'm completely on board with that program. We could send them all to night school, how not to be racist. That doesn't mean we shouldn't accept the Mexican immigrants, though, right? And I don't think you're arguing that.
No, I'm not arguing that whatsoever.
I think Ben was, which was my original response.
No, Ben is not arguing against. Ben is not arguing against. He's not saying we shouldn't have immigrants. What he's saying is that there's this human condition where we're all a little bit racist. That's 100% true. I guarantee you, everybody is. Whether they admit it or not, we make assumptions about one another. Now, if you've traveled around the world, if you've been to 180 different countries, if you speak several languages, if you've lived in other places, yeah, maybe you're not racist whatsoever, but kind of a rare personality, right? Really adventurous human being.
Look,
what I'm saying is that, we have to.
You can't just say trivially true things without saying, here's something that's trivially true, and therefore, here's my point, right? Do either of you have a point?
My point is that what I was saying, how this whole thing started, is the goal is to have a just society. And as Ben was pointing out, rightfully so, one of the things that stops high trust societies is misunderstandings between groups of people. And we got on this topic by saying, look, if human beings exhibit this type of behavior, tribalism, then you should put in things that help people to try to understand one another's cultures and perspectives. And I don't think there's anything, we should not handle racism or prejudice as a taboo subject, because that's just stupid. It doesn't help. Shouldn't make people feel guilty or bad or something like that. Should very much admit to it, and then we should fucking learn about all the awesome shit that the different cultures do. Like, I love culture so much. I love traveling. I travel twice a year. I love traveling. And the whole Western taboo-ness around racism is kind of funny, because whenever I travel to outside of the West, if I go to the Middle East or Asia, like, they'll say, things like, they'll be so what we consider politically incorrect, but they don't mean anything bad by it. They just assume I come from somewhere else where they don't do things like that, right? So, yeah.
What do the Japanese think of the Koreans? Because we just
It
chatted.
depends on the person. It depends on the person.
I thought they had a sort of dislike of each other, or am I wrong about
They
that?
do. No, they do. Nobody likes the Japanese. Some people do.
Nobody likes it.
Ask about the Chinese.
So I know the Chinese don't like the Japanese, but do the Japanese don't like the Koreans? Because aren't they sort of the same people? Kind of, sort of.
Similar but different, yeah. Well, the Japanese have always viewed themselves as very different from everybody in the world.
Interesting.
Like, the Japanese will tell you that they have different snow. Like, you can go to a snowboard shop and they'll like, there's an expression in Japan that say, like, they literally believe that their sky is different from the rest of the world.
Wow.
So they're very different.
Interesting.
Look, I've been saying
I'm going to
America
this summer.
is the least racist.
I lived there for a decade.
I'd love to. Thank you.
Yeah.
America is the least racist big country in the world. I've been saying this. It's just obviously true.
I think sugar has a lot of issues.
I don't know. I mean, is it data? It's just like.
And yet we have this reputation for being racist. It's crazy.
Well, do you have any data?
Yeah, logic. Name a
That's not
country
data.
that has 300 million people. Name a country that has 300 million people that's less racist.
Okay.
Well, the United States is not officially racist. If you go to a large lot of countries in the world, they are very officially racist. Like, in Japan, like, you can go to try to apply to, like, rent a house, and they'll be like, I'm not renting this room to you because you're not Japanese, and that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
And that's like 90% of the world's like that.
Can someone just say China, the country that is holocausting the Uyghurs? Yeah, they're less racist than us. Yeah.
No, you said they're more.
What are they Holocausting?
All I said was China. I didn't say anything about China. I just said the word
China.
China.
I suppose it's fair to say if racial discrimination is like enshrined in your laws, yeah, you're going to be more racist than the US. That seems reasonable.
No, but it's a different kind.
There's going to be other countries that don't have those kind of laws. Like,
You know what's
most
funny?
of Europe, I think. Australia, Canada.
You know what's funny is, like, racism's different from country to country. That's kind of interesting for me. It's not a good thing, but it's interesting, right? Like in Japan, I knew some black people there and white people as well. But anyway, so there'll be black people that I knew in Tokyo. It's like, I'm never going back to fucking the United States, because in Japan, if you're not Japanese, you're not Japanese. You're just not Japanese.
It's like,
And like the little kids will come up and like touch your hair and be like, oh, you have black skin. How come? What happened? You know, they're like very, very innocent, but they don't have opinions. They don't have, like, what would you say, the specific set of negative stereotypes that some people in the United States have against, like, you know, black people. So it's a different kind of thing, right? There's like,
This is hard to believe. Like, maybe the degree is different, but like, you're telling me like they just have like a uniform attitude to every other race. It's like either you're Japanese or you're like every other race combined. I don't think. I mean, I've
So
spent
at
like
one
months in
level,
Japan.
yes. At one level, yes, but it's more than that. Yeah, it's more.
One level, yes. So it's more than yes. So on average, it's like more than yes. Wow.
So first, you're not Japanese. Secondly, you can either speak the language or you can't. So if there's a black guy, but he can speak perfect Japanese, and I'm a white guy and I cannot, they're always going to go to the black guy and start talking with him first and like respect him more than.
Well, yeah, because they can actually talk to them. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, first of all, I don't know. I think that's quite possibly true for like every other country as well, right? Like obviously you have to compare like people at the same like sort of language ability and cultural awareness and so on, right? If two like tourists who behave the same way, right? One is right, which I think we like, average Japanese person, and hard to believe. I mean, it's certainly not true of China.
Right. Yeah, they have different opinions for sure. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but black folks do have a racist. Would you say? They suffer from racial stereotypes more than whites for sure. 1,000%.
Like one thing I noticed when I was there was that like maybe one race that actually Japanese people have like a small degree of kinship to, like maybe surprising, is like Pacific Islanders, right? There's a lot of like sort of cultural interest. Like people like to travel to like it's nearby, of course. I guess it's more different. Hawaii, but yeah, a lot of people love to travel to Hawaii and some of the. There's a lot of these like like cultural performances from like different parts of Polynesian islands and stuff.
Well, Japanese is like a quarter Polynesian.
Like to be fair, are we saying China is they're justifiably racist?
They're less racist than you, Andrew. So, but that's not.
No, Andrew.
That's not a high bar though.
No, Andrew, we're saying that Japan is like literally like 98.9% pure blood Japanese, right? So their kind of racism is different from in the United States. It's not better or worse. It's different. What I'm saying is different.
Right.
Because it's a different country, right? Have you ever been?
Is Andrew's racism better or worse though?
No, I wouldn't go to China. I don't.
The rest of it,
They don't let you go in certain buildings. They have to separate the Gaijin from the Japanese. So I think that's like a pretty worse. Definitely just worse.
Yeah, that's another problem with distinguishing. You know what I mean? And we're not really into that.
But it's because they have zero history of immigration, right? Zero.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Right, but we just do the redlining stuff, right? Like
Yeah, I like what they're doing. You're saying that basically if they're turning down anybody who's not Chinese for anything, I think that's probably a good model. Maybe we can follow that.
Are you talking about Japan or China?
Either one.
We can't follow that model because we're not a racially homogenous society. We never have been. So how could we possibly follow the Chinese? You'd have to kick out everyone who wasn't one race to even get to the starting point of China. China, I'm going to take that back. I think China probably has lots of different ethics. Let's just do Japan.
Maybe we kick out all the white people.
Yeah, we could do that. We could kick out the white people, and then we would be more homogenous.
I would be kicked out.
What if we kick out the Christians, and then all our problems will be solved?
Answer your question, lady.
Let's kick out the white men, because they cause all the problems anyway.
Oh, come on, you're not one of those people, are you, Frenchie?
I'm joking.
The further left you go, the far people on the far left and people on the far right are the same fucking group of people.
Horseshoe theory.
Yeah,
Actually,
because they're insane. They're both insane. Don't see the world as it is. They hate complexity. People that are very far left, and they're like, I want to see the world a certain way.
People who are
It's so ideological.
reality has a left-wing bias.
Wow.
liberal bias.
But not like communism.
What about Russia?
Yeah.
Russia is not ethnically homogeneous.
Russia's huge. It's just like North
And
America.
it's not ethnically homogeneous.
I know. Solely thinks reality is real.
They're doing great. right? So yeah, that should be our model.
I'm just giving an example. Turkey, technically,
Yeah, Turkey's not homogeneous either.
but they did have some sort of unity before, especially
Another great
in the beginning.
success story on the world stage. You know,
I'm talking about the beginning of Turkey, the republic set by Atatürk. Everyone laugh so he can beat his ego.
You get it? Did you get it? Because turkey on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's very funny.
I mean, shoot, we're not going to feed your ego.
Are we gonna deport people who are not funny?
We should start with those people, I think. Frenchie, where are you going to? How long are you staying?
I don't remember, but it's a nice hotel. I don't remember exactly.
Hang out in the onsen as much as you can. The mineral baths are just.
Deepak, it was successful though. The beginning of there were so many different ethnicities. What is different from America is that at least they knew what the nationality of a person would be back in the days. Whereas you guys do not know what an American is, and you will never agree. Even in this room, you will not agree what an American is.
And what's the, you're saying in Turkey that you want to.
Therefore, you will never be a unified country.
I just real quick, Bill down in, oh yeah, Bill, good. Bill,
But Turkey's not unified.
No, I'm talking about the beginning of it was unified.
I mean, it is true though, like
Back in the days, 1923, it was there were multiple ethnicities living there.
I really want to go to I really want to go to Istanbul.
I'm sure. I think
I'd love to see Istanbul.
what's our
you should be aware.
I did not like Istanbul.
I didn't want to derail the dialogue, except that I do, every once in a while, we have to take a little intermission for some meta. And I'm in kind of a bind here, because on one hand, I want to allow people to say whatever kind of vile stuff they want to say, or their egregious
What
things
they'll
against
say.
me in the chat. But on the same, but by the same token, I also don't want to just not respond. It's kind of put me in a tough bind, because I don't want to be like, Bill, don't say anything.
What did he
I don't mind
say?
him.
What did he
I don't
say?
mind him airing his grievances, but I want to be able to respond to them. So we're gonna have to make it a public thing, since he's making.
What did he say?
I don't mind him. Hold on, Frenchie. Hold on, Frenchie.
He's doing a bill though.
So Bill, I'd like you to air your grievances, and we can go ahead and address them. Because I think you're fundamentally wrong on the things that you're saying. So.
I can't see his. Can you just tell us what he said, Andrew? Like, what
No, it's too extensive. No,
responding to?
I want him to respond.
Okay.
I want him to say what's his name.
I'm trying to scroll back, try and find anything he said. I'm not seeing anything. How far back was it?
Well, you're saying I was dishonest in relation to Sasha.
Oh.
Recently, not exactly.
Wow, yeah, we need to stop everything.
We are
Stop everything and let the justice move right away.
It's not just
Andrew, nobody gives a fuck.
I don't care.
I do actually.
Okay, that's fine. I found it. Oh.
I said it's going to be an intermission for humor, so you don't.
Well, Andrew, are you going to let Sasha say about things?
Andrew, do you travel?
Are you going to let her or not?
At least down to the store. A couple shows.
Andrew,
You need to get out.
let Sasha say about shit from
Perfumer.
now?
Chill out, perfumer.
Andrew, it's a simple question.
Yeah, hold on. There's two people talking. I don't know if you noticed that, but what are you asking?
Are you going to let Sasha say vile things about me? Yes or no?
Insofar as I let Sasha say vile things about a lot of people.
Is the answer yes?
Yeah, to the degree that I let her say vile
Okay,
things about
great.
other people.
Thank you for telling me. I'll just leave. That's fine.
But I'm not saying for her to say that about you, or that I would appreciate that, or I'd be like, hey.
I don't care. You're going to let her do it, so I'll just leave. It's no problem.
Wait, Frenchie, how does that work? So explain this to me.
How does what work?
How do you have a standard like this? Like, what is going on? I agree you've had a change of heart as of late, but you can't possibly be coming at me like that in good faith.
I'm not coming at and I just said I'd leave. I'm literally not coming at you.
No, but what I'm saying is, why is that an ultimatum? Why is it like, hey, unless
Because I don't care to hear it, and that's my right.
Well, that's fine, but maybe you just ask me, hey, is there anything we can do about it? Because I would like you to be here.
I don't think there is anything. The thing we could do about it is the thing you're saying you're not going to do, and that's your right.
We could tell her, hey, you probably shouldn't be saying that.
Well, that's what I asked you. That's the same thing as saying,
allow her.
oh my fucking God. Andrew, listen, either you say, Sasha, you're not allowed to say that, or you say, Sasha, we can talk about it. Or you can say, it's not, oh my God, look, you're going to do what you're going to do, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do, okay? I'm not going to debate my marriage with Sasha, okay? That's my right.
Obviously.
Hey, Frenchie.
Well, then I will just leave.
Let's chat about Tokyo.
Can you stop screaming, please?
Frenchie, let's talk about Tokyo.
Okay, I'm gonna move you down in about 3, 2, 1.
I already beat you to it.
Yeah, jeepers, perfumer.
Go find
Leave
Japan.
the room, buddy. And if you don't, go find your parents or Chinese or whatever Albino just said. So, hey, look, I hear what you're saying. I don't think that Sasha is particularly nice to a whole lot of people, including people. But I think that she adds value to the rooms. I know a lot of people disagree with that decision. That's just what I had.
And most importantly, this is your room, and you can decide what you want, Andrew.
And that's what I said, and that's what I
Yeah,
said.
you can decide what you want to decide.
Go ahead.
This is like really, really weird.
I'm not telling you.
Yeah, this is weird. Okay, you can leave whenever you want.
Thank you, I will. No problem.
You know what's weird?
Like, I think it's very fair to be like, yeah, you're gonna let something I don't like happen, and you go, yeah, probably, and then she's like, nah, I want to stick around for that. What's wrong with it?
Everything's fine.
Wait, what do you think's weird, Albino?
That you're trying to convince her to stay.
Because
what would I say to that?
I'm trying to say that, well, two things. I'm trying to say that I don't think I'm doing anything particularly different than
No one
what
said
I'm doing for
no one
others.
says you are.
No, that's fine. I just want to clear that up. Then on top of that, any potential confusion, then on top of that, I'm trying to say, hey, I do actually appreciate you being there, and I have not tried to be rude to you or denigrate
I'm
you.
not saying you are either. I'm literally not criticizing
I
you.
think, I got you. But I do think that you're fairly thick-skinned and you can handle a lot of this stuff. And I think Sasha can be pretty rough, but I don't think it has to be like, hey, as soon as she starts saying anything, I need to bail.
It's not-
Obviously,
it's
she
not
said stuff about your
I wouldn't
family.
want to be there
You're
for it.
saying stuff about my marriage, that's the same thing.
Yeah. I think that kind of stuff we're just going to say that's, I mean, look, she goes off limits and sometimes we do have things we do heavy-handed on her. I don't think she's going to be coming back anytime soon, so I don't think this is a real thing we're going to do with.
It's no problem.
But yeah, so it's kind of a side issue. But then I hear you, Frenchie. I appreciate what you said. I think we're on the same page then. I think we understand each other.
We do.
Bill,
No problem.
Bill, can you state the offense? Because I think you're saying a lot of stuff that I don't agree with.
No, I can't right now. We can do this later if you want to. I just can't right now, Andrew.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay,
I will come on stage though and talk to you about it. I'm not trying to avoid it. I just can't right now.
Yeah. That's fine. That's totally fair. Yeah, that's fine. I just there's a lot of stuff that you said that I don't think is fairly characterized at all. And I'm fine with engaging publicly about it since you're going to say it publicly. So I feel like I need to respond publicly. So that's fine. But yeah, I'm not trying to restrict you, Bill. If you feel like you need to point out how vile I am, as you understand it, and how actually evil I am, quote unquote, I think we should talk about it because I think you're definitely having a perceptual issue there. But
I'll come on stage and talk to you tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm going to say how much I admire, like how you continue doing this, right? Like day in and day out, despite all the mean things people say about you. I mean, you remind me of like Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela. Like I think, when history is written, you'll take your place.
To be more like Hitler or Trump
Hitler was also a person in history.
I swear to God, no group of people can troll as good as Indians. Like, they're the best trolls in the entire.
You got your
Not even.
So, perfumer, why are you being a little autistic there, my friend?
He was just saying he didn't. Maybe the conversations would get a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, we
He
can
wanted to
reiterate.
race it.
Yeah, well, I get you. Well, we can go back to racism. I mean, that's all I have to say. Sully, have you met my friend Perfumer?
Yes.
They've been talking this whole time.
Is
You just
Perfumer
woken up.
No, it's for, well, maybe in some sense. You my third eye opened. I heard Toe speaking, and I was like, my third eye is opening.
Okay.
Atheist? Like,
Yeah.
no, okay, I don't know. Okay, you have to tell me what I am.
Well, you need to know.
I believe,
or you know more.
I believe in some kind of magical force, but I don't believe in human-made religions, yes. Like, I don't believe in, like, Christianity or Islam or Judaism or any of that stuff,
Yeah, could you list all the other religions too, please?
Yeah, Buddhism, all the other things.
He just has to make sure he picks up the plausible ones, you know, the ones that actually
It's just like when people just can't help themselves from going into lists.
No, like all of them.
Perfumer, were you the one that was doing the pro-life defense earlier?
Yes.
Okay, well then that is something that's going to be like a saving grace. On one hand, I find you exceptionally annoying, but the fact that you're pro-life, I'm going to say you're like the best person in the world now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to give you
Out of all the people, you find him annoying. That's.
Well, there's something.
That was really funny of you to say.
No, I get them.
There's something about your style with that. I want a reviewer that can be annoying, but
It's the Canada thing, I think.
it might be.
Yeah, Americans hate nuance, and maybe I have
No, I love nuance. I love nuance.
I like nuance.
If you're mozzarella.
You ever heard of being concise?
Yeah. Oh, brother Elliot,
You can find that have nuance.
It's not new. It's grouping all Americans together.
That's true. They're all the same.
I think you should debate something.
All the same.
Yeah.
We debate something.
Well, Frenchie, can you ask Perfumer why he believes in a magical force?
I mean, yeah, okay. What makes you think it's a magical force?
It's just like the universe is here. It's not gobbledygook. There's order. There's the laws of physics. It's an amazing place. So I don't know. There's some kind of design to it. I don't think I can articulate it any more than that. Really, just a feeling I have. It's illogical.
You looked at the trees, didn't you? Like, Perfumer, you looked at the trees, didn't you?
He looks at the trees. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think I took a lot of mushrooms and did a lot of jokes when I was in high school. So.
Can somebody? What? Yeah. Can somebody tell me who Ethan Milanakis is down in the audience?
Somebody
who's. I think that's somebody.
I think creation.
Wait, it's not even me.
That picture which has this disease which makes
I know who he is, and he got mixed in with Ethan because Ethan looks just like Andy Milonakis. That's why they did it.
I called Ethan Andy Milonakis once, and it was the only time I've ever heard Ethan actually be heard by an install.
Who called him that?
I did.
He did.
Oh.
It is kind of.
You look like Andy Milonakis, and he was like, oh. He was actually injured.
Andy's kind of funny though. He was on the Man Show.
I think my code needs a coder.
You got a P on my head, don't call me a P.
CRC, how you doing?
Perfume talking with the perfume.
Good, my friend. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, brother. Do you believe in God?
Yo, bitch ass. Yes, I believe in God.
Okay, all right. I do want to hear about Chucky's racism, but tell me, why do you believe in God, my brother?
Because none of this shit would be available because of God. Like, look, I don't per se believe in a religion, but I do believe there's a God out there that created us. Everything is there, not per se, brothers. And if you look at how this world works, if you look at everything, this is not something that just by coincidence. We're not on Clubhouse by coincidence. We don't have a perfectly lived ecosystem in a world per se, right? Like, if you look at it, and then even if God's not real, God puts you in good and keeps your faith going and gives you motivation to keep on doing good, that you will always do good. So regardless, if or not God does exist or doesn't, it's a good thing to believe in. And I think that it does exist. I don't have any scientific proof of that, but if you look at it, it's a very scientific.
Yeah, we don't want to get too scientific.
Yeah.
speaking of it in that sort of way, yes, God, I believe exists, and then He's not He, but it is out there.
The universe is a major. He's out there per se.
Per se, yes. I joined because I saw Israel, Iran, and Trump. I'm from Iran.
So tell us about Iran. First of all, just to make sure you do appreciate you have a great deal of respect for the Great White Hope. Is that correct, CRC?
What a Great White Hope?
He's talking about Trump.
The Great
He's talking about Trump. He's talking about Trump.
The Pope, Trump. Nah,
the Great White Hope.
CRC don't support the Iranian regime.
Fuck no.
CRC, there's a lot
Do you support what Trump's doing?
white people
Don't,
trolls
but
here.
I'm getting to it's a very tricky conversation to have because am I able to speak for it? Like, am I able to go ahead and speak?
Yeah, speak freely, sir. Permission granted, General.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Anyways, but yeah. So look, I'll tell you guys. I'll try to make it short. So long story short, I was born in Iran. I moved out of here for a better life because once the regime took over, nothing would terrorize the whole entire Middle East. They did terrorize their own people mostly out of everybody else. They suppressed their people. Financial freedom, physical freedom, religious freedom. The sort of freedom which you could kind of put your finger on was stripped away from the citizens of Iran. And they started to portray this fake Islam. I'm not Muslim, but this fake Islam. So if you really look at what Islam is, I'm not going to say here agree or disagree with what it is. But one thing I can sit here and say is not what these guys were preaching and what not these guys were practicing. Whenever it came to benefit them, they would use Islam. Whenever it was against, whenever it was in their favor, they would use Islam. And then they would sit there and basically they ended up making a very bad name for this deen. And they would just sit there and terrorize people. With any way people could have done anything to progress as a country, they took that away. They stole from the people. We could sit here and talk about tariffs and sanctions that were put onto people. That itself did nothing but affect the people of Iran because at the end of the day, those sanctions never affected any of the government officials. They would just end up stealing more money from the people of Iran. And that let people get poor, and the rich, meaning the IRGC, they kept getting richer, and left people out there to kind of, be living in a very sad world. And then people were fed up. They were like, okay, we're going to start a protest. When they started a protest, these guys, whenever they start to lose or fear that they're losing, they start to get unfair because we're people, we're citizens. We're not a militia. We're not a group of people with tanks, weapons, and shit like that. So at the end of the day, no matter if 20 million people, 30 million people, 40 million people are going out in the streets yelling death to the IRGC, they're just going to pull out the guns, they're going to pull out the tanks, and they're just going to start terrorizing people.
Just to be clear, do you live there or no?
I lived there last year for a year. I don't live there right now. I lived there until I was 8. And then my dad's there right now. My sister is here.
You left when you were 8?
You're 9 years old? Yes, 8.
And then you said
and that was last year.
That can't be last year. You're not 9 years old.
He went back for like a year.
You went back for a year.
So
when I was
to be clear,
up until I was,
so where are you getting the info about the protest? I've been looking into this and I found it hard.
Yeah, so
here's conflicting information.
Sorry? Go ahead, boss.
Who are you getting, like, do you have family there still? That's who's telling you about this protest stuff, or is it?
Look at my dad. My dad, I was talking to him like an hour and a half ago. Well, he can't really say much. She can't really say much, right? Because the Wi-Fi's are not really connected. He's calling me directly, and those are controlled lines. But who's there?
So, are you hearing about the protest stuff mostly from like Western media sources, or?
No, I'm talking about protests from my friends in Iran. My friends in Iran.
So you've spoken to them?
Directly.
They're saying there's a lot of people protesting. Is that it?
Not right now. No. There was a lot of
You're gonna get killed if you go now.
And then, now they literally said anyone comes out in the streets, we'll just shoot the fuck out of them.
Right. So that killed the protest.
I mean, do you think that estimated death toll is like realistic? Because I
think it was more. I would say realistically, it was a calm 20,000.
They're claiming it's like 30,000. So you think that's
they were saying 30 to 40,000. I'll say it was 20,000. 20,000.
You had like 200 plus cities that were protesting, and then like there was massacres in each of them, to like upwards of 1,000 in each major city that was protesting.
Guys, and no government official, no political party, none of them are all highly respected. Every country has their own corruption. Every other country has their own problems. Not everybody loves their own country, but you need to understand that these guys are not a political party. They're a terrorist entity. They're literally a terroristic group. And then, so when it comes to this, and then we're gonna sit here and look at it now this way, right? So when we're not allowed to have a fair fight, we literally don't have a choice other than having other countries, which I also don't agree with, but we have no choice to come and start this war and give the people of Iran a glance of that hope that there could be freedom, if that makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, this could go hella wrong. We could turn into Iraq 2.0. We could turn into Gaza 2.0. There could be a lot of things that could go wrong. Trump could literally come back and he's already talking about how he wants to control the Strait of Hormuz. That's like, like as an Iranian, that's crazy work because that's my country's resources. I don't want that shit being taken away by another country. We've already been getting rinsed by our own government for 47 years. Next thing you need is another country coming and rinsing us. We don't want that either at the end of the day, right? So, but again, it's a gamble that we have to take. It could fuck us in the ass tenfold. But it's something that we as Iranians are fed up with so hard that we have to take this. But yeah, like that's just my point. Like in my opinion, I'll be honest. Like for example, Israel. I don't hate Israel, but there's a lot of things I don't agree with. But one thing I will say Israel ever did, and I actually praise them for that. A family man would always come and put their family first and fuck anyone else over if they could. That's what I think Israel will literally fuck any other country over just to make sure their country's doing 10 times better. And I praise them for that. And I'm not going to say and go against it. So that also scares me, right? Because, I don't know, shit just scares me. Right?
Why is that praiseworthy? I mean, you could say that it's like understandable or morally neutral.
It's understandable, but at the end of the day,
I don't know what praise there involves.
I just said I fuck with it. I don't agree with it, but I respect it.
But you praised it. No, you said you praised it.
Okay, well, Deepak, if I apologize, I'm a man. I'll go back to my word and I'll say, you know what? I respect what he's doing, but it doesn't mean it's right. I never said it's right. I literally sat here and I mentioned that I do not agree with a lot of things they're doing. But the fact that they're sitting there and fucking other countries over to make sure their country's doing good is way more respectable than Iran attacking its own people and then going out there and fucking supporting terrorist groups like Hezbollah.
Okay, that's
it.
Hey, CRC, I have a question for you. Can you describe for us, because I know that what percent of the people in Iran would you say kind of works closely with the government? Well, not just IRGC, but that are kind of like pro-government. Like, is it a class? Wait, hold on. I just want to ask this question. I'm sorry. Is it like a class system? Is it like the wealthy people are pro-government or all businesses? Like, can you explain the political system? I'm asking CRC because, CRC, please.
It's also the religious.
I've always been privileged as a kid growing up, so I live in one of the best areas. Like, I grew up in one of the best areas in the whole country. And
you're in North Tehran? Yeah.
North Tehran. It's the northest one, right now. So that's where I grew up as a kid. Like, my dad came from a very fucked up place, and he put me in a good spot. I was always surrounded in one of the best areas. And even then, my family, a lot of my friends, anyone who I went to elementary school with, I still talk to them. Every single one of them. One of my other friends, he lives in one of the most expensive places in Iran. Okay. Still, all of them hate IRGC. It's not like, I'll put it like that.
No, but can you question? It's 15% of the country supports this government. So
come on, even Iran International says that it's 20%.
Yeah,
I personally say it's 30.
15 to 18%.
No, actually, the government is quite popular in the poorer areas.
You can propose 20%. So 20% out of 90 million people, that's around 18 million people support the IRGC. Then the other 10% is the IRGC. Like anyone who's
the point is, it's not just the IRGC as a political institution. There's also going to be a lot of people who still venerate the Ayatollah as a religious
so that's also another thing, right? There's people that think it's the ideology of Islam that they portray, they support that because, again, that's Iran is the biggest and the only Shia country by measure. Yeah. So when you look at it like that, there's a lot of people that also not politically, but based on ideology and religiously support the IRGC.
Okay, so here's my second question. Let's say you're in a cafe, right? Because I know Persians love cafes. So you're in a cafe, hanging out, maybe smoking shisha, talking with your friends. And then in that group of 10 people or whatever, is it like maybe one or two guys has a close thing with the IRGC, or do the IRGC people kind of hang out on their own separately, or are they kind of like together?
No, we don't chill with people that grow with the regime at all. I've never met anyone in my life that was Iranian in person that supported the regime. I only met them on
They'll be undercover.
No, I couldn't be close.
I'm kind of growing up I'm in Canada myself. So my friends.
Are you in
No, they're Iranians.
Seriously. Are you in
I'm in Toronto.
So what?
Okay.
So you guys are saying that you've never spoken to an Iranian in Iran saying, we love the IRGC, just keep doing what you're doing?
I've never.
Yeah, my Uber driver, but the only thing is, I was scared to say anything back to him because he had my full name.
Well, that's so that comes to my question. What I was asking is like, how free are people to like kind of chat with each other in the cafes? And you get what I mean? I'm asking, like, if you're in a cafe, right? I don't know why someone's like Xing me. I'm just asking a question.
No, I
This is
was
weird.
saying that they're not so free. Somebody can tell on you easily.
So like,
Right. So no, my question is, I'm asking. Hold on. I'm asking. Let's say you're in a cafe, right?
Yes.
And let's say you got, I don't know how the neighborhoods are divided up, but I mean, Tehran's massive, so it's probably by train stations, I'm guessing, neighborhoods, right? So let's say like one neighborhood, they're like, okay, we got to put something against the IRGC. How would they kind of meet and communicate with one another without like, informing the IRGC? And like, what do these guys look like on the street? Like, can you paint a picture for us of like, everyday life and how resistance could take place, that sort of thing? Like, I really want to know.
Does someone else want to answer? Should I answer it?
No, I'm asking you, because you sound very fair to me.
Okay, so when we look at it like this, bro, and so it's a tricky question to ask. So how would they look? You never really know. Anybody could be IRGC, right? So there's undercover ones, then there's other ones, then there's ones that look like the IRGC and they're not. Like there's people that wear these like religious stone rings and then they like tie up their whole shirt up to their neck. Like that could be a IRGC starter pack, but it doesn't mean that person is part of the IRGC. So you really don't know. And me growing up, one of my closest friends that literally I grew up with, he's an IRGC. Like his dad was very heavily connected into the IRGC, and I didn't know that up until I was older. And then we ended up having our problems, and then we fell out, and everybody else in our friend group ended up cutting that person off.
Okay. And, was it because of his support of the IRGC or just some other falling out?
Well, that was the base of it all. But then when somebody who supports IRGC, they start to have these ideologies and these behaviors which are crazy. So yes, like
so you can't trust.
Like it affected his personality as a friend group.
100%. Yes.
Okay. And so how would, if you're at a cafe, right, and then you're kind of with your friends that you trust, let's say in Tehran, just for example, because okay, so how would you guys like I don't know, put together some kind of resistance. Like, okay, here's a question. When there was protests, how did people decide where to meet and where did they go after the protests to plan stuff and things like that? Like, how do you guys group up and vent and then like disperse afterwards, I guess?
So same way they're set up here, they were set up in a way where people were just like, for example, my cousin back in my hometown, he was setting up some protests. I was looking at his story. He would put up an Instagram post, tell people to post, repost, tell their friend to tell their friend, and it was just a word of mouth and like kind of like a social media thing where people would go, and then a very small group of people would end up going, and then it would make headlines, and then people were like, yo, what the fuck? Okay, let's join them. So slowly, these groups of people ended up getting bigger and bigger. What do you mean, CRC talks so much? The guy's asking me a question. And then,
So now the shout out to social media, right? Wouldn't that be using like Telegram?
Yeah, like a lot of people use Telegram, Instagram, WhatsApp. But mainly Telegram. Telegram is a very good one as well.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's just literally the same way a protest would be set up here. It's not like somebody like like in Canada, for example, if somebody needed to do a protest, they would go on CTV News and then be like, "We're gonna start a protest." It's not as free as that. They can't do that. So, yeah.
And so at the end, after these protests, is it very common, like you'd have like a guy knock on your door and, hey, what were you doing at the protest? And can you, like, if they call and they come to your house, could you say, hey, I'm just upset with the government? And depending how you talk with them, are they like sometimes okay with it? Or if they catch you, you're going to jail, like that for sure?
If they come to your house, yeah, you're gone. If they're coming to your house, you're finished. I'll be honest with you. So I had a lot of my friends that even showed me, they get a text telling them that they basically have these automated texts and they have these leads, and then they start like to send out these messages to these people based off the leads they have, and they're telling them like, oh, here's like a warning to you, take this shit off. And then sometimes then after that, if you do it 1-2 times, then they'll have actually somebody call you. They'll be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Take this shit off. We don't like what you're posting. And then, then after that, then they'll come. And I'll even tell you, like, the based off freedom, okay? Like, this actually made headlines 13 years ago, roughly. And it was actually my sister right now, she's also, even her, like, they were, look, this is also another thing that's fucked up. My sister's an anesthesiologist in Iran, like, she's a doctor. And they would literally come and they took her friends away. Like, they took doctors away because they were treating patients that were wounded from the protest. That's real. My sister's friend got taken away by the regime because she was helping out the patients. And they come out there and then even before they even came, not this protest, a couple years back, they came with gas, smoke gas, and then they ended up throwing it in there.
Tear gas.
Yeah, tear gas. Okay,
so just to recap here, I'm trying to follow you here. So you're saying maybe 20% of the population is like really kind of connected with the IRGC and they're kind of snitches. Right. So to one degree or another, you don't want these people to have much information. So it's a very 1984 scenario. I know what you're saying is true. Like, anybody down there rolling your eyes, this is 100% true. My doctor, he went to University of British Columbia. He was part of a group of Iranian, let's say, overseas intellectuals that were IRGC, anti-government. And I'm telling you, man, he died. Like, this is 4 years ago.
Wait, I don't think anyone's denying this, are they?
Some people, so some people deny this because they think it's an Israeli and American side, right?
Yeah.
So you have to compete with elements of anti-Semitism or at least elements of very deep skepticism because I don't think the Netanyahu government's trustworthy at all. But then you have people who are
there aren't people in
right.
Iran who don't.
No. Yes.
They were involved.
Well, that's true. Okay, so that could be 1,000%.
Yeah, they sent that big message to everyone in Iran. Like, what was that? A year ago? 2 years ago?
Well, no. Look. Just because Israel is involved and just because Israel's done bad things doesn't mean that what CRC is not saying is not true. Right?
I agree with you. Yeah.
You know, you can
No,
have
100%. Yeah.
you can have a lot of bad governments trying to take each other down, and we can sit back and watch them destroy each other with popcorn and be like, fuck yeah. But so my opinion, so CRC, so that seems like a very difficult situation to get by because you don't know who you're going to trust. None of the citizenry actually has guns, right? And so I appreciate you being a realist about this because there's some people that are very passionate in North America that are like, you know, just bomb and then we're going to take over.
I can't have that happen. That's basically what happened last time, right? So I can't. Like it's crazy works. Like at the end of the day, I love my country. Anyone should love their country, no matter where you're from. You should stand by your country, no matter what. That's your land. That's your people. That's your blood. That's like literally that's your people. That's your family. That's a bigger family you have right there. So like when I look at it, I gotta put my country first. And when I look at it, what's good for my country, and based off of history, events that have happened in the past, and history always seems to repeat itself, we see that it's, when you look at it with a very logical mind, but if I had never looked at it in a logical way, I would have said, yo, fuck it, bomb the whole country. Japan fucking rebuilt themselves after World War II, after they got nuked. Germany after World War II, when they ended up basically getting fucked over and the recessions in World War I and everything, they rebuilt themselves. If I really wanted to go with this with such a happy mind, I would have said just nuke all of Iran. Fuck it, just nuke them, take them out of here, and then we'll rebuild ourselves after. But but no,
we don't have to do that.
No, we don't. Like I'm just saying in a very extremist way, like
But meaning get rid of the IRGC. It's strangling Iran, which is a long and legendary state.
Guys, those guys, they're sneaky rats. You need to understand. Even if you look at it, like you cannot trust them. God knows. Like one thing that's established is that they don't have nukes. If they had nukes, they would have already used it. That's like their.
That was the whole contention in the negotiations. The Americans seem to be of the opinion that the Iranians were only lying to buy more time and invest in other terrorist or nuclear projects. So they just cut it off. They're like, listen, the war is only going to get more expensive the longer we wait.
So here's an important question though, because like Nick said, you'd have to agree with me that there's no fucking way, like at least in my opinion, this is my opinion, tell me if I'm wrong. You don't have to agree with me. I don't believe that Netanyahu could possibly live with Iran now that Iran's been bombed the fuck. I do have to make the assumption that they're going to try to make at least a dirty bomb as quickly as possible, or at the very least, if this thing continues, bomb out all of Israel's nuclear power plants, and the result is the same: it's making large swaths of Israel completely uninhabitable for like 40 years, right? So if they're going to go out, they'll try, and so my assumption,
want that.
Yes. My assumption then is that Israel assumes that Iran's going to do this, and then if Israel sees
really leading the charge,
that's exactly right. And then my assumption has to be that
Israel has nukes.
No, hold on.
Really?
My assumption has to be is that either the Israelis have to convince the Americans to put down troops because Israel does not have enough troops to put on the ground to take over Iran. I don't even think the United States does, but that's a different.
I think Israel is stretched thin.
Yeah, it's stretched thin, so you got to get troops on the ground, and now you have to convince the American people to get troops on the ground. So I just don't see
it kind of don't, so long as Trump is in the House. Even if you completely flip all the politics and the Democrats take control, Trump is in control of the armed forces.
Yeah, but do you think? So what I'm saying is that troops have to go on the ground.
Yeah,
from my point of view,
he's going to give them what they need. They're probably going to get it done.
It would be very hard to do so because the troops on the amount of
Nobody in Israel thinks that troops going on the ground, that there's Israeli soldiers going to be. Nobody in Israel wants.
Nobody wants to go to Iran.
Yeah, but no Americans want to go to Iran either. So why is it that Americans have to go, but the Israelis don't have to?
For fewer Iran, Israel is not interested in putting boots on the ground.
Okay.
No, they're interested in putting American boots on the ground.
What about American troops? But what about the threat of the uranium supposedly, and as far as I understand, it really is at 60%, right? So then how does Israel get rid of this threat of 60% uranium without putting troops on the ground? How is that possible?
Sounds like that's Israel's
They
fault.
haven't,
A lot of
they haven't planned it out that far. If I'm
No, I think they're
being
bombing all the
honest.
facilities. That's what they're targeting.
Yes, that's right. They're targeting two things: nuclear, as I understand it, right? Nuclear sites and artillery sites and launcher sites where they're launching rockets from now.
The launcher.
I understand that,
So
but
there's
that
two-
does not.
There's two things. Yeah, I think the idea is if you do enough damage to their capabilities, plus remove IRGC,
Right.
you can actually have people there who don't want to run a nuclear program, even for peaceful power means.
Those are not the only.
That's best case talk shit, right?
And so that the people who come in next will say, we will willingly give up the fissile material,
Right.
because we're not interested in that anymore.
That's best case scenario. That's best case scenario.
That doesn't look like it's happening. Practically speaking, what we see happening is
Do you guys
like
Linux America to send
I just don't see any way for troops not to be on the ground. I just don't see
It's not going to happen. It's that there are Israeli troops on the ground.
Is it the hope that the next?
It's hard, guys. You need
Is it the hope that the next leader will just be afraid of getting taken out, so he'll be more friendly to America and Israel? That's the idea.
No, not at
Is
all.
that the idea? I'm not saying
That's the idea.
That's the idea,
No,
right?
I mean, if that was the idea, then that was a retarded idea to start.
Fine, but that's the idea. That's what I'm saying. I think that's what they're thinking. They don't really want to invade Iran. They're just hoping that they can just like bully them by being nice to them.
I mean, what's actually happening is Iran is bullying everybody by closing off the Straits of Hormuz.
Sure. It's not close.
Just for oil. Yes, for oil.
Cable says that they're only striking nuclear targets and things like that. That's not all they're striking, right? They're striking oil infrastructure.
Right. They're striking civilians, man.
Okay. They're not really striking civilians.
I think they definitely are
striking civilians. I mean, they started this off by killing like 150 schoolgirls.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry. That was the Americans. They're going to take flag.
No, actually, no. I'm pretty sure it was Israelis.
It was nice to the Americans for being really respectful.
It was the Americans, bro. It was the Americans that killed
And Hezgeth just like chews on it and says, "Yeah, what about it?"
Yeah, well, the Americans did that.
I mean,
but they don't care. They're led by Trump.
Yeah. But to be a little bit meta about this, now, okay, so we have, just to review the situation, it is a war, and the Iranians are obviously very intelligent, very amazing culture, sophisticated, all the other things that people say about them, all the positive things, it's true, and equally as evil, right? The IRGC, and that's what makes them a very formidable force, because they are just as evil as they are capable, right? So to be a little bit meta about this, now the Straits of Hormuz are open. If any country talks directly with Iran, right? So the Japanese, my wife's family last week, they said, hey, look, we don't want any trouble from anyone. We just want to get the oil out because we don't have any fucking natural resources of our own. Iran's like, okay, go ahead. The straits are open. They're not open to the United States. They're not open to a whole bunch of other Americans and Israel's friends. But for you, go ahead. Okay. So this is where Israel, and look, don't jump on me yet. What I'm saying is their technique, their tactic is to craft a wedge, because they already know that Trump is a very controversial figure, and they also already know that Israel is a very controversial country, is that as this goes on, they want to craft a wedge between America and its allies, Israel and its allies, between Trump's and his supporters.
And they've done a good job of that, because,
and they've done a good job of that.
Trump has been shitting on NATO for the past year, and then he's turning to them for help, and they're like, fuck off.
Yeah. So exactly. So Iran's not done. They're doing that. So there will come a time, in my opinion, this is what I'm getting to, where Israel will say, you know what? we have to get at this uranium. The Americans are like, you know what, we have to put troops on the ground. And as that goes further, the deeper the wedge between America, Israel, and its supporters. So what do you do in that particular situation where it's like, I don't know, I can't see past that point where...
I don't think you understand the patience. I don't think you understand the patience, the lack of patience that Israelis have for sending boots on the ground there. It's one thing to do in Lebanon, right?
Yeah, that's their backyard. They do that all the time.
It's one thing to do that, and I think there's a lot of like patience to go on and continue and finish that well.
Yes.
I don't think there's going to be any large amount of Israeli society that's going to say, yeah, you know what, we should definitely send our reserve troops who have served.
Yeah, they want the Americans to do it for them.
Nobody wants troops on the ground.
That might be true.
That is absolutely true.
Okay, but silly. There will be zero.
I don't think anyone wants troops.
Beyond the most talented people that are already there.
Yeah, why die with yourself when you can get the boy to die for?
Let Caleb start. Come on, don't be fucking assholes.
Don't do it like that. Don't do it like that. Okay?
Trying to have a nice
I don't think that's Israel's mindset either. Right? But the army's already stretched thin. You want to talk about the big social issue that's pressing Israel right now? It's the draft law for the ultra-Orthodox. There aren't enough soldiers in the army, and reservists have served 600, 800 days already since October 7th.
So why start a new war?
And they're invading Lebanon, too.
Yeah. So why start a new war, Caleb? So why start a new war, knowing very well in order to achieve the objectives of that war, you need to send boots on the ground?
I think this was a war of opportunity more than anything else. I think there was intel, and there was, if you don't do it now, you're never going to get it. And this was the moment. And I don't think anybody's planned beyond that.
Okay, so Caleb, I have a question to you. Like, how far? So you understand how far down the road I'm looking. I'm going to say 2 years. I'm going to say stalemate. Really bad economy for everybody. IRGC hasn't changed. I don't know. Just from, I'm 47. I saw other wars. It's just kind of thing. How far down the road what do you see like 2 years from now, if you can? I don't know if you'd be so bold to make any.
Look, I'm not sure. At the moment, I'm quite pessimistic. At the moment, I see kind of three bad outcomes. Three not equally bad, but three pretty bad scenarios. One is continues like this, and it just continues. Scenario 2, it kind of pauses but starts again in 6 months. That I think is the likeliest. The third thing is I think you go back to a quasi pre-October 7th kind of status quo where there's hostilities, but Iran is, regrouping. IRGC is not gone, and you didn't really gain much. And you're going to have to do it again anyway. Right?
But the world's economy is going to be worse.
Why would Iran concede to making peace on those terms?
I don't think they would make peace. I'm just saying they would.
Or even a cessation of fire.
They would reach a. No, I don't think the IRGC leaves. I just don't see that they.
I'm saying, why would IRGC cease fire at this point? They are actually, they have the upper hand.
To be, I'm not sure that they have the upper hand. I don't know.
They very evidently do.
They do it like, what was the goal? I mean, if the goal was to displace the IRGC or do regime change or something like that, then yeah, they are.
Yeah, and on top of that,
their goal is just to survive, then yeah.
No. They control the Straits of Hormuz. That's a really
I agree. 100%.
I
agree.
Yeah, they are clearly winning this war. I mean, when you have Trump up there saying we have achieved regime change because everybody in the regime has changed, that's very evidently like a way of saying we've lost.
Like I said, I don't think it was planned. I think it's been planned for 20 years.
Do you think it's smart to start a war with? Really
powerful opponents agreeing with you.
Listen. I'm just providing what I think is the best analysis that I can provide. I'm not giving you my opinion. of what's good. I'm telling you, Justin, on a bald analysis of it, this is what I think is happening. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that like obviously like Israel and some people in the U.S. government have wanted a war with Iran for 40 years. There's been plenty of planning. What's funny is like how much of it has just like gone out the window, and how they just thought that like this would have a good outcome somehow, and like that you wouldn't, if you were going to try to do this, you wouldn't need to like mass.
Well, there's a reason that they haven't attacked Iran in 45 years. Like, they've been planning this for 45 years, but there's a dead fucking reason they haven't actually attacked. And I think Trump was the only one dumb enough to be like, okay, I think Trump is doing this for egotistical reasons. Like, he's thinking, man, if I'm the only president in the last, 45 years that could actually change over the IRGC, I'm going to be remembered. I'm going to be a fucking legend,
I think Trump is doing this with Israel.
I think it's naive to think that Israel can control a country like the United States. With the kind of president that we have currently, excuse me, you made your statement, and I'm going to disagree with it. Okay, before Putin goes out and talks at length, I think it's silly to think that the United States does anything at the behest of any other country in this kind of scenario.
Okay, I kind of disagree with you, Rabbi. I do think that Israel is leading this war. From my read of things, it's mostly that Israel domestically completely supports this war effort as a continuation of their response to October 7th. They see this as ending Iran, and it's the moment they're doing it. America, from my understanding, sees this as an ally being certain of engaging in a military action and joining in because of mutual interest. And Trump is the kind of guy to just press the button, especially when he's under heat for Epstein. So, I do think this is mostly Israel doing it and America yes-anding them.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I okay. But it's not as easy. Here's what's different about the way McZed said it and the way and means it and the way that Betty says it and means it. You might be right, McZed, in the kind of context of a long-standing kind of understanding about the relationship between two countries.
Because the IRGC are assholes. Everyone knows that.
Yeah. But that's different than saying, right, when Benny says it, he means the Jews are controlling the United States.
Well, I didn't say that.
In this regard, it looks to me more like Israel is playing the international politics card very well. And yeah, America is following Israel's lead on this one.
I wouldn't say control. I would say it has a high degree of influence, especially when it comes to foreign policy in the Middle East. And with this regard, I think the Americans were kind of tricked by Israel getting into this.
I'm not saying tricked, but they are counseled by them.
No, they were tricked because Anthony Blinken came out and said that during the Obama and Biden administration, Israel had to do the very same thing. They said to the U.S. administration, we're going to attack Iran. Are you with us? And the Americans said, no, you want to attack Iran?
And Trump's more of a yes man.
We're not going to get you. And Trump was just like, oh, you're going to attack Iran? No, I'm going to attack them first. Yeah. So it was a trick.
He's like, I want to be a fucking legend. And I agree more with the, Caleb, I totally get what you're saying. Like, there is this sort of anti-Semitic thing where people are like, Jews are controlling the world.
Not only that, I just don't think America, and certainly a guy like Trump, gets taken. We have too deep of
Trump is a fucking idiot.
That's right. It's exactly right. So I just don't.
Yeah, an idiot is easy to trick and manipulate. Well,
I mean, fucking. What's his name?
An idiot with friends who love guns. Okay? Just slow down. It's America, not just Trump. People like excuses to use their expensive military entities equipment.
No.
They never do because it's always the newest.
Fully against this war.
But now you guys are arguing on the motivations and intentions, where I think that you guys are going to end up talking past each other. So it's going to be futile.
Yeah, because the war's already happening. But I do think Israel started it and America joined in.
Yeah, it's like I mean, the intentions. I think it's Netanyahu trying to stay in power and convincing, but I think he also believes that Iran really is very close to having a nuclear weapon, and I think that is also true. You know,
They said at the negotiations, they walked in and said we're like 11 days away.
Yeah, that was like the alarm call amongst the negotiators.
That's what the IRGC people said at that conversation. They said we're close. What do you want to do?
They said like they were gonna have 6 nukes in like a minute.
In like less than a month. And now it's like, okay, your move.
I think that's a lie. Do we have IRGC saying that?
Okay, so maybe it's a lie, but that's the current justification they're all saying.
It's a lie. You know why they're doing that? Because everyone started telling them that it's illegal because there wasn't any imminent threat. And so they had to manufacture all this nonsense that they were close to a nuclear bomb. The reason why you know it's a lie, Trump said he's already destroyed it last year.
Go on anything Trump says or the IRGC says.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't believe anything any of these folks say. Like these governments, honestly.
It's the fog of war. People are gonna lie.
But hold on, Netanyahu doesn't have his people's best interests. The IRC doesn't. These are 3 fucking groups of psychotic billionaires doing all sorts of weird shit, thinking that they have their people's best interests at heart. But
if only we had access to an island they all attended.
In Israel, you got to see how big a percentage of Israelis are in support of this.
I know.
Yeah, and how big a percentage of the Americans are opposed to this?
I know, and that's gonna be an issue for the Israelis when America is gonna say we're done.
America's pretty heavily opposed to this war so far.
And the Iranians are going to leverage these points of differences 1,000%. You know, just like I said, just like with Japan, you know, the Japanese talked directly to Iran, said, hey, let our boats out. And Iran's like, sure, you know, and they're going to leverage every point of difference because this war means a different thing to everybody involved. That's where the complexity is, right? It means something different for each person.
So
for the
I
people
think
of
Iran
Iran,
is like
they
the 4th
just want
country.
free. So
is Iran like the 4th or 5th country that can has been given access to the states, right? Then Russia, China.
People look back at this and they're like, "This is a disaster." Because
I know. I'm just saying, like most countries are not available to access those streets.
Oh no! Most countries are available to go outside the Straits of Hormuz. No, they are
For oil, specifically for oil.
Oh, it's a fucking mess now. Nobody wants to bring their boats there.
No. So all of these, most of the countries that buy from the Gulf countries, right? They haven't been able to get their tankers across the straits because the Straits of Hormuz have been closed for most countries, for most shipments. Japan is the very recent exception to this. China was allowed. Yeah, China and Russia were allowed. Because
the Philippines, I imagine they're suffering pretty bad now. I imagine they'll be allowed.
I mean, I don't know of any other countries. Maybe there's 1 or 2 other countries that have been permitted, but for most people, accessing the Straits of Hormuz for the purposes of buying oil is not permitted.
So in order to get your boats through the Straits of Hormuz, you have to do a couple things. You have to have government talk, that's one thing. And then the governments have to actually talk literally directly to the insurance companies like AIG, right? And they have to get a guarantee written down that, you know, their boats aren't going to get attacked. And then ARGC will say, okay, we'll allow the ships to pass through, but we're going to charge you a whole lot of extra fucking money. And then the shipping companies have to say, okay, we're willing to pay that money to get it through because we think, you know, waiting will be more expensive than paying the extra amount of money to the insurance companies, right? So it's quite complex. I do see
and that's only permitted by a few countries.
Yeah. No, the Chinese, the Japanese. I think the Koreans will be allowed through.
Maybe they will be, but so far I don't think they have.
Right. But what I'm saying is
there's only a handful of countries allowed to use the strait.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's very strategic, actually, for Iran to allow any country that deals with them directly to go through, because that's a slow power play. That's basically saying, look, the United States is no longer in control of the oil in this region. Right? That's why That's a huge power play. That's a huge power play. So, I mean, if Iran were to block the oils like full stop, that's not an intelligent thing to do.
Well, they did it first.
Yeah, they did it first, and then they're like, wait a second, we can leverage this. You know, they're being very intelligent.
Well, they did it first, and they always allowed China because China's an ally of theirs, right?
And they made other
basically, yeah.
They made other reasons. The other thing is they said if you kick out an American consulate, then we will let you get the oil through. So they're doing all these I'm sure there's people, you know, there's people probably calling up Trump right now. I can imagine someone in South Korea calling up Trump saying, hey, you know what, this is a huge situation. Why don't you back down? And so we want to get our tankers out of there. And Trump's like, no, it's going to be over pretty soon. And then they hang up the phone, and then they call up Iran directly. And Iran says, fuck yeah, you can get your stuff out of here. We don't have a problem with you guys. Go ahead. So it's like, you see, they're being very...
Yeah, and South Korea especially is pissed because America took out those THAAD missiles.
It's a really, so that's the problem. Most countries are kind of similar to South Korea, but not as dependent on the United States. You know, Japan's a little less dependent on the United States. That's why they got their boats out first. But countries like the Philippines or Vietnam or South Korea are going to have really hard choices to make. You know, really hard choices.
That's very trash information.
Yeah, so I just see this getting worse and worse as time goes on. I don't see any easy situation. I'm gonna dig out my backyard, honestly, and grow vegetables.
By the way, wait, does anyone remember what Marco Rubio said when interviewed, right? What the reason for America attacking Iran was?
Look at Israel.
Yeah, he said Israel were gonna attack them. They were going anyway, and they had intelligence that they would attack the Gulf states and wherever, and in order to limit the ability of them to do that, which I think itself was a lie. Because
no, that was true.
No, this is how I think it went down. Israel was going, saying, oh, what they did last year, we don't want that to happen anymore. We want to dampen the power to use missiles. Let's go in. This is our chance. I think that's why they went in. And they thought they would just clamp down and make them powerless. I don't think they foresaw this idea where they still had enough to attack the Gulf states and all that. I don't think they thought that would happen. I thought they would just decapitate their leadership, something like Venezuela would ensue. That's what they probably thought. But
Iran had already warned.
Just a couple of seconds there. Once it went bad, and they started having to defend why the Gulf states was happening now, and then they now pretended that they knew about it, saying that they went there to dampen the effect. But that's how you also know that it's not the case that 11 days gone away, because otherwise Marco Rubio would have said that instead of that other also silly false excuse.
Well, the thing is, Chris, Iran had already said that if you attack us, we're going to attack U.S. military assets in the region. So it was understood that the Gulf states would be attacked in a sense. Why I think Marco Rubio was actually telling the truth is because Anthony Blinken came out a few days after that and said that the Israelis tried the very same thing under the Obama and Biden administrations. So it was the Israelis' way of goading America into the war by saying, we're going to attack them, are you with us or not? Obama and Biden both said, no, we're not with you. We're not going to start this war. Trump was stupid enough to say, yes, let's do it.
There's a number of reasons why Trump decided this. I don't think it's useful to look at it and say, well, he was just stupid enough. The pressure, the reason that the rest of the world doesn't want to cooperate with the United States is because the United States has refused to cooperate with the rest of the world. And that has been a fact for the last 100 years. Since World War II, it gets extreme when we deign ourselves issuer of the world reserve currency and then begin to exploit it. It gets extremely clear that we're exploiting everyone when Charles de Gaulle, the French prime minister, says, I want my gold, here's your worthless dollars, and we say, here's the thing, fuck you.
Can I just reply to the last person.
No, I want to let me play my point here. I want to answer the question. I want to answer the question.
This goes back
Here,
to
I understand. I want to land my plane. I want to answer the question. Trump is evil, but the evil inside of Trump is mammonism, and he has his entire life been clear that he is evil, and that his love for money exceeds everything else. I land.
Okay. The last question, right? Because I still don't believe this. You know what happened last year when Israel went alone? Iran attacked pretty much only Israel back last time. It seems like they tried to not let US get involved. Even when US eventually joined and bombed the nuclear, they just kind of did like a tame kind of like demonstration where they like warned Qatar beforehand and just saying something harmless, right? They tried to not let the US join. So very likely, if Israel had started that again this year, probably only Israel alone would have been attacked. The real reason why all these Gulf states and everything became fair game was because US was involved. So it's silly to say they joined so that they won't attack the Gulf states when that's the very reason that would allow Iran to think that the Gulf states.
Nobody said that America joined so that they wouldn't attack.
That's not true.
No, but that's what Marco Rubio said. He said that they joined so that even if they tried to attack the Gulf states, they wouldn't have that power because they would have killed off everything on time.
Iran has been clear that the United States has constantly provoked them. They were never going to forgive this. The ultimate miscalculation in Washington was the idea that they could fundamentally buy off whatever government remained after the decapitation strikes. They really truly believed they'd be able to point to all the murder they've committed, things like the Manab school, and say, look, it'll all go away and we'll make you rich beyond measure. Just stop fighting back and open the Strait of Hormuz. Instead, they've realized now, or are realizing now, they're tangling with an enemy that puts principles and people above money.
Excuse me, as an Iranian, excuse me, as an Iranian, you're gonna sit on the stage and say that the Iranian government respects people and principles?
Exactly.
If that is not like the most slap in the face to people who have been in pain for years under this regime, like what are you talking about, dude?
Iran is the last sovereign nation on the face of the planet, and as must be the case with every sovereign nation,
listen,
there will be people who are unhappy in every nation. There will be people who are diaspora, you reject the land of your fathers, you want feminine.
People are so low IQ that they think that because if they hate one government, then another government must be good. If they're at odds with Israel or if they're at odds with this and that, then that must mean that this other government must be amazing. I literally saw a post that had Khamenei's face, and it was like, guess who's not in the Epstein files? Bitch, Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't in the Epstein files.
Especially not to listen to someone lie about the nation of
Let me just finish, okay? Like, Jeffrey Dahmer was also not in the Epstein files. Like, what is the point that you all are making? Like, I really, really think that you all are like very, very confused, and it's like a soccer game for you guys. Like, if one of these is your team, then you have to turn a blind eye to all the war crimes or all the human rights violations that the other commit. Please don't do that. Don't listen to the propaganda. Listen to the people. If you want to know what's going on in Palestine or with the Iranians, go and ask them.
Just that they try to not let the US get on to them. Last time when last year, they attacked only Israel back. They didn't just start like bombing everywhere US bases. So they tried to do that for self-preservation. And I think if joined, it probably would have just been between them and Israel. But Marco Rubio said something different. Said that, they thought that they had to join, because if they didn't join, Iran would have enough power to overwhelm the Gulf states and stuff, so they needed to get in there first, which is nonsense. If only Israel is attacking, they probably will just attack just Israel.
The start of the war, I'm talking about the targeting of American service personnel, the targeting of American civilians by Iranian proxies, and the Iranian government is just straight up wrong.
But here's the thing, Marshall.
Marshall, why do you have bases there in the first place?
Yeah, exactly. Like when you make that point, the problem with the point that you're making, Marshall, and I hear you, like they are a menace, but the problem is that when you're throwing that accusation, it's that Israel and America aren't guilty of doing the same thing. So it just doesn't stick, it doesn't land. It actually makes the problem worse, right? When we sit there and we're like, Iranians have done ... on your argument.
Hypocrisy. That's not what I'm saying, and I don't think it backfires. The point that
Okay, go ahead, Marshall.
the point I'm making is that the regime is attacked here.
American interests, right? Why does the fucking United States even have bases there? Why does it have bases there?
I know all of you could continue. Thank you so very much. The point I was trying to make was that they have been hostile since the 79 revolution. They've killed over 2,000 American servicemen during the Iraq War. They killed between 600 and 650 American servicemen when we were at war with Iraq, not Iran. And their proxies have done the same thing. And the Americans have only ever responded in kind to those proxies. You don't like Israel, fine. I'm not here to talk about Israel. I'm here talking about U.S. and our interests and our people being attacked. Right?
Not just that war that I just happened.
That had been attacked.
It doesn't, in international law, that doesn't justify that you just suddenly barge in there and
The Iraq War was not justified.
Exactly. Right? America has actually destabilized Iraq and a lot of other countries in the region, which caused a lot of problems for Iran.
We're killing Americans inside of Iraq.
Because Iraq was an
Why were there Americans inside Iraq?
Yeah, America was an occupying force.
We were not at war with the country of Iran when we were in Iraq.
No, you're at war with Iraq, and Iraq has groups that are that there are connections. No, Marshall, you understand that there are Shias in Iraq that are loyal to Iran or have a bond with Iran or some want to say shape or form. So the United States occupying a group of people who have is why the Iranians were reacting. Now, I'm not justifying what they're doing, but you have to recognize that the bigger problem was America being there to start with. I understand you're not the same country.
The United States would not have been there.
If Russia were to invade Canada right now, you think Americans are just going to stand by and say, it's not a problem? Of course not.
Did he leave on his own, or did we throw him out? One of the mob? Did the mob throw that guy out?
Shayla, are you in Iran?
Nobody threw. Marshall is still here.
Anthony, shut up. You don't make any sense.
Fuck off, Jimmer. That's convenient. Go check the replay. We didn't take that a few days ago. Sure. Understood. But that's not what you were saying earlier. Anyways, that's not relevant. What really is relevant is to get to the truth of the matter and to understand that one person's feelings do not a nation make, nor a nation break. That's what truly doesn't make any sense.
To what you're saying.
No, it absolutely applies to everything anyone says. And on one hand, nation, even though they do not have sovereignty nominally or actually, a resistance of some kind to the government. There will never be a nation, sovereign, individual nation, where everyone is happy all of the time and totally agrees with the government.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is the vast majority.
That's not what you're saying. You don't need to interrupt me.
The majority of Iranians don't want their government, bro.
You have no idea what the majority of Iranians want. You have no idea what the majority of Iranians want.
I do because I live in Canada. I lived in Vancouver for 8 years, and I've spoken
to the people who abandoned their country.
When you talk about things you don't know, you literally are a mouthpiece for the oppressor, and it's not cool. Like, I don't know what's going on in the world, but like there are people who are like Zionists, you know, they're the most moral army in the world, ADF, and then IRGC, they're the most, what did he say? Like thoughtful of people and
ideologies, yeah.
Like I don't know what I'm right yet against.
How do you get away from these like foreign policy vibe combos? They're so pointless.
You know, so you're exactly right. Like the fucking is just because the Israeli government is not good, that the IRGC is good, right? It's like you said earlier. It just I don't understand why Diogenes
Is it an
who
IQ
otherwise seems to be.
perfume or is it an IQ thing? Like literally,
No,
I'm serious.
no, it's an ideology.
The only thing on one track, guys. It's not just him.
It's an ideological thing, yeah.
Look, that guy hates his own government. He hates what goes on. He said to me one time that he hated people who were coming across the border.
Marshall believes in extreme forms of American exceptionalism, so I disagree with him as well.
Who picked Marshall? Guys, it really like when I look on social media and I see guys like the other guy that was in here and he's like the Islamic regime is the most privileged and cares about people, like I want to stick a pencil in my eye. I can't even believe what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
It's just so unbelievable.
It's insane.
I don't know how.
I don't even know why people are making this argument that the majority wanted the government gone. And is that meant to justify the American attack? Or there are many countries
No, it's not meant to
that don't want
justify.
their government. What that got to do with anything?
No, it's not meant to justify it. It's meant to say, trying to bring out the nuances, Chris. Like I'm against the idea of trying to attack Iran because I don't think I think in the end it's gonna cause more because I think the IRGC is so evil and so dug in that they're almost impossible to get rid of. Like I'm against the attack because I think it'll end up worse than before. But and so that doesn't justify like two things can be. Do you understand? Two things can be true at the same time.
I'm just wondering why that happened. In any case, why is that a thing? Very soon, Trump is going to be so unpopular, the majority want him. So another country should come and pull him, remove him. Or what?
Maybe. This is the thing, but like when he says that, when he says like, well, all countries, like, you know, they have a problem with their government. Okay, let's examine that, right? Like when something happens like George Floyd, right? Like the guy who put his knee on George Floyd's neck and took the breath from him while he called for his mother, at least there was a court process and George Floyd, like, people, there was a possibility of them going to jail, right? Like in Iran, the corruption is at every single level. I don't even want to tell you what they did to some nurses recently that treated the protesters because it's too violent of a thing for me to describe, and I just don't want to do that to you all. But this is what I'm saying. There's a difference. Like, yes, it's true. People have problems with their government, but there's variations of that. So what are you saying when you say people have problems with their governments? Are you saying you guys need to bend over and take it then?
In Nigeria, too, like, it's pretty bad as well, but I wouldn't want the U.S. to go there to go and decapitate the leaders and do all that.
Well, see, Chris, that goes to tell you, like, how desperate these people must be them to like that. And here's the other thing, Chris. I think that they saw that they were able to kill 12 generals with minimal casualties to civilians. That like made their eyes light up. I think they were like, bling. Wait a minute.
They're optimistic at that.
Yeah, I think they were like, you're telling me that you could get right into their bedroom and avoid all the other apartments around it, and you killed 12 generals, and there was like barely any casualties, and that all of a sudden made them very optimistic and be like, oh my god. But the thing is, it's like you're asking vampires to come save you from werewolves. Maybe it'll go good.
You know why the Islamic Revolution succeeded? Because there were boots on the ground. There were people who, with blood in their veins and shared belief in what was right.
Diogenes, don't glorify these.
They did accomplish it through the efforts, through the sacrifices. And you can disagree with what they believed in, but they showed up and they achieved something. You, Selah, sit well outside of harm's way, pontificating and making absolutely false claims about what is or ought to be. You are not in Iran. How can you claim to care about Iran when you are not in Iran?
Because my entire family's in Iran.
Okay, so let's talk to them. Let's talk to them. And let's see if they like that their daughter has abandoned them to come to the United States and
Shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. Such a waste of space.
Well, I guess that's that.
Well, unfortunately, there's a little discord in the moderation, Bob. I really think that it's becoming increasingly clear.
Let me actually.
You are the one who actually lacks the mental faculty.
Let me just remove you from the room real quick. You piece of trash.
It's crazy.
So again, right? Like there are people in there saying that, oh, come on,
Keep smarting this fucking retard, Abby.
Yeah,
Going on my block list, I think keep smarting.
like, come on, save us, right? But when the U.S. doesn't get their way, they're talking about bombing power plants. They already bombed desalination, their water. They don't mind if millions of people suffer.
Yeah.
They're not your friend. They're not your
I
friends.
agree.
They're doing that for Israel. And now someone will say, oh, you're just saying that because they hate Israel. No. That's their main point. They don't even mind if millions of Iranians suffer because they're bombing their water, drinking water in like a dry land place, and even threatening to take out their power supply so that it takes 25 years to rebuild it again. Those are the kind of threats they're making.
I totally agree with you. That's why I said it's like asking vampires to come help you with the werewolves. Maybe it'll go good, maybe it won't. Maybe see the goal that aligns, like the means to an end that aligns, is that they both want the regime gone. Okay, but are they gonna sacrifice the Iranian people to meet that end of their goal? Like that's the question. So I agree with you.
I think it's very likely. That's why it looks very stupid for any Iranian person to be saying, oh, US come and invade. It's stupid.
Well, I think, like I said, when they saw that 12 head generals were taken out, like when you're seeing things like Donald Trump America's going into Venezuela and they're plucking the president out of his sleep, and you see that they're like sending any high leadership that should be like the most protected people in a sovereign country, like they're being targeted and killed. Like all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, like there's hope here maybe. Like wow, technology is so advanced that they know what color underwear these motherfuckers are wearing. So like I think that made them be like, I don't know. And you have to also remember, Chris, another thing is that like for Israel, the Miss Universe was Melanie Shiraz. And Shiraz is a Persian Iranian last name. She literally was a Persian Jew. So you have to remember also that that makes them hopeful too, right? Like you have Persian Jewish Israelis who have a love for Iran, so maybe they won't bend us over in the end. But then again, maybe they will. So you see what I'm saying?
Them not doing worse is based on if they're able to get control.
Yeah,
The ideal scenario was if it turned out to be like Venezuela, where they could just put their own puppet there.
Yeah.
That would be the ideal scenario. They wouldn't
Yep.
kill civilians, they wouldn't do that. But now they're not getting that. And it wasn't very likely that they were going to get that in the first place.
That seems like a right assessment to me.
Anyway, it's been a bit of like a comedy when Trump was saying, well, they're negotiating with somebody there, and Iran says, no, we're not negotiating with anybody. Trump is lying. Like, one of them's lying. Who's lying?
I think he was trying to create internal conflict by saying that. So I think there's already, rumors of internal conflict, and there's a couple of like high up leaders that seem to be in hiding. So I think that he wanted to create a rift by like, who's talking to him? Somebody's trying to grab for power. Is it the Sepah? Is it the, So that's what I think that he was trying to do. But
yeah. Also, he gave an ultimatum about like in 48 hours we're gonna bomb the power supply. But if he did that, because the markets might become worse because the Iranians might retaliate, close down the whole thing, and then oil goes to $150 or whatever. When he saw that, he had to like thicken out, but he doesn't want it to make it look like he just thickened out. So now he's saying that the Iranians were negotiating, and they're saying they're not negotiating.
Jack is back, Mal is back,
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I think the ball's in Iran's court right now. These fucking we went ham, we went crazy on them, and now we want to negotiate. And they said, you know what, you're trying to trick us into another ceasefire to buy time so you can attack us again, which is a good point, but it looks like, they're just saying, we don't care about your 12 points, fuck you, we could go on for this war even longer. They're playing that whole game, so we'll see who's playing chicken and who's the real deal very soon.
Well, the Trump card that Trump has is literally to knock out our water and our electricity, and millions of people will die, honestly, Jack. That would be the Trump card. Like, if you don't open the strait, we're going to take out these infrastructures, and all those people are going to suffer tremendously. Like, I start crying just thinking about it.
Iran could do the same to Saudi Arabia.
That's right. Yeah.
It's supposed to be a bit nothing, right? Because they're not sure whether they have the capability to, like, after the power is taken out, supposed to take everybody else's power. But do you want to, like, try it, and then find out,
I think Iran already has. I think they already have missiles pointed at desalination plants in Saudi Arabia. They're just waiting to push the button. I mean, these guys are they're crazy as fuck, but these guys are super smart. They're like the rest of you, Persia.
And then again, like, affecting like millions of people in Iran only just so you can open the straits, right? It's gonna run and run. Like, it's gonna look very ugly. I don't think Trump's gonna come out looking like whatever after this.
Yeah, buy your stocks while the market's down, guys. Get your.
I totally have been. I've been buying it up, bro.
It's a fucked up life, but yep, that's the thing you gotta do. I haven't had the heart to buy any Lockheed Martin or Raytheon.
No. But shout out to Rocket Lab.
Yeah, shout out to them. And yeah, it looks like JD Vance and Rubio are supposed to be the new negotiators, but Tehran hasn't agreed to negotiate yet, so see. They said, we don't want those Jewish guys. They tricked us.
You heard the one about 15 minutes before Trump's announcement. Somebody traded, I think on oil, a huge amount, just 15 minutes. Who knew? In the direction of, like, as if that in the direction of what Trump's announcement would do, right? So they profit from Trump's announcement. So there's some in-circle thing where the insider trading thing probably going on.
Yeah, I believe it.
Before Trump announced that there was he was going to have he was having talks with the Iranians. $500 million was traded in oil futures, like right at that announcement, like, you know, the 2 or 3 minutes prior, and that volume was like suspicious.
Did it come from the Iranian side? I think maybe somebody in Iran did that.
American traders.
Oh, American traders.
Yeah, people think that like Trump may have like reached out to like some of his friends and said like, I'm about to announce that we're in talks with Iran. That's going to drop the oil price.
Yeah, just like similar to how we caught one of our politicians here in relation to, they saw the Epstein files and they were saying that the guy who was in the cabinet here like 15 years ago was sending financial information to Epstein, saying, oh, our financial minister is about to resign. The critical things that were going to shake the markets was telling them hours before. It's probably a similar thing.
Sir, can I ask, why do you think Epstein is relevant to this headline about Trump being evil? I think actually Epstein is much more a story about how the Clintons are evil.
You know, Trump's name was mentioned more than anyone else in the Epstein files, and not even mentioned more than anyone else, like at a catastrophic rate. His name was mentioned.
Yeah, it was a lot of it was written. There in plain text, or like they redacted a lot of it, I think. But people were able to like infer, I think, something like that.
Well, I guess then maybe my point is moot. Maybe it's, you know, that joke in Master and Commander, the lesser of two evils. It's a movie about the Napoleonic Wars with Russell Crowe. So you're saying that when it comes to Clinton and Trump, Clinton is the lesser of the two evils because statistically we see Trump's name more in the Epstein's files?
Person in power that's still able to like do stuff is more critical. Like what can Clinton do now?
I kind of think that they represent like basically what did Tupac say? That they're all the part of the same like infrastructure.
Fair enough. Just full disclosure, I did once personally meet Epstein for like 5 minutes. Like, because he used to come by universities, but and I didn't know who he was before I agreed to meet him. So like I was given a vague description, like some billionaire, and I didn't bother to probe. I only realized who he was after I met him when I looked him up on Wikipedia, because I was a busy student and I didn't have time. But that was during Trump's first election. That was the first election. Trump. So I mean, I just remember meeting Epstein before Trump was even in power. So like, I mean, I always think of the Clintons as being much more an Epstein thing, but maybe you're right. meet him for too long. It's like how Palm Beach Pete, that guy down in Florida, met him for like 5 minutes. It's
What do you think? Is that a filter on his face or what?
I mean, I think, I don't know. Palm Beach Pete is actually like a celebrity down there. I'm just some guy.
We need to go back to like God talk or something. I mean, or something about theology because the room is emptying. I think. I mean, the stage at least seems like people are bored about this Trump thing.
Well, we can switch topics.
Did we lose some of our opposition?
Opposition to what, right?
Well, there were some rabble rousers, according to some people, I think. But I think.
Oh yeah, some of them left. Some of them were kicked out as well.
Ooh, yeah.
Well,
it's hard.
Not by me.
No.
Not by me either.
Oh, Brad.
It wasn't me. May have been a pink, brown guy. A big guy. Curly.
How did you do that? Okay.
I think I did kick somebody. I've forgotten. Where eventually he started using the F slur, gay slur thing.
That's so good. But just if people, I mean, part of the problem is if we're trying to have these kinds of discussions, have opposition, it's not very easy to find people that are going to take up certain viewpoints. Sometimes it's a little bit of work. And I'm at least trying to have it happen, you know.
My thing is that I can't yell over people. So like they can yell and they can talk at the same time, but I can't. So I just like, I do sometimes.
Yeah. It's all good. And if you have to move down, it's all good. It's just when you kick them out though, it kind of makes it where it's a little tougher.
I didn't.
No, I got you.
I actually wanted to, oh shoot.
Because I know a lot of people don't like. I mean, even Mark surprisingly moved down Diogenes. I was surprised to see that. I know a lot of people don't like Abby too much or Diogenes, but there's a kind of there's a particular contingent that'll kind of come in the room if they're here, which I do want them to be able to speak. It's kind of a rough deal.
There was something Diogenes was doing. Like he would go on for like 2 minutes, and when it's time for the next person to, which is not a problem, when it's time for the next person to reply to him, as soon as they start, he jumps in again and starts rambling.
Yeah. No, you probably need the hard hand. I mean, to be fair to him, sometimes a lot of people were doing that to him too, but he does go on for a while. Pockets and soccer.
The room is now on 10 hours and 49 minutes, by the way.
Ooh, thank you. It's a good time to get closing
I prefer the save, yeah.
Good time to get closing statements from Pockets and soccer if you do want to give statements on the topic. Iran or
also, when you make another room, it not be.
Yeah,
like you guys have marked up. Yes. We will shift back to our normally
scheduled programming.
Yeah. The abortion one was interesting enough. The violinist and the guy who kept trying to inject his own inferior thought experiment inside.
Who is that?
You remember the guy who just was saying that his own thought experiment was somebody just came and dumped the baby in your and you were trying to like kill it, just couldn't wait for the child services.
Wait, was it Ben or was it Perfumer?
No, he wasn't. There was somebody doing that and wouldn't shut up as well. Like we really tried to talk with him, but it wasn't possible because we would just kept blowing and blowing.
Well, all right, Piper, you'll have your wish. Let me go ahead and start the room. Somebody can come over and grab the link and post it. Let's go. Cool.
How's it progress?
It's going fine, yeah.
It's going. Yeah.
Are we switching rooms?
Yes.
How long is it on this one?
10 hours, 52 minutes.
Alright.
Bob.
Yes.
Okay. Ups and downs.
Ups and downs. Sure, I'll do that. I see that already.
You see it? I think he went to go get it.
Hello?
Hello.
Is it quiet or am I like bugging out or something?
Yeah, it is. I'm waiting for Andrew to get the link to the new room.
Piper, you missed it. I slayed Amy today. She's dead.
What happened?
She confronted me about me trolling her, and I slayed her.
Yeah, what did you say?
Well, I gave her a threefold response, right? Number one is because she blocked me or banned me for saying the N-word. That's why I don't like her. Number two is that she's hyper-motivated in these conversations about theism. That like I'm almost like obliged to steelman her opponent frequently, right? And then, like the third point was like I just think she's a bad reasoner. I troll bad reasoners.
Yeah.
Big Bird is gone. She's done.
For some reason, it doesn't work to paste to a room link. It copies it in this weird format, so you'll have to just manually move it, or someone else can do it. The new room is up. It's called Where Is God? If you want to see
Can you post?
Where Is God? Just explain it. I cannot.
No, I was gonna ask you to post it in the Discord, but if I can search it manually, it's fine.
friends. The link is at the top there. It says join Where is God? Everybody click that. Mark, Chris, Millet, Andrew, is that Bisho? Oh no, Bisho. Yeah, come over to the next room, bub.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you're crazy, Bisho, so we definitely need to talk to you. Sakura Tapioca, my degenerate leftist and carrot liberal friend. Universe, Jane, Sakura, whatever your name is in some language. Abil, Honey, Emma, Draco, you need to come over. You need to stand in the gap, bub. Come on over. Actually, just hit the link. It's right above my head. Draco.
Where's the next? Is it Where's God?
Yes. Yep. Hit that link. Yep. Chris, Millet, Sakura, Jane, Universe, Tapioca, Draco, Emma, Honey, whoever, Billy, B-E. Hit the link right above me, right above me. Everybody click. Draco, Sakura, Emma, Jane, Universe, Honey, Tapioca, Chris, Millet. Hit the link right above me. Link. Q. Link right above me. Q. Okay. I'm hitting the room.
not do the work